Order. Order, please. Chers collègues.
Colleagues, I rise to make a statement in response to the tabling of the committee from PROC yesterday. I would like to thank my colleagues for their work and their review of the serious issue that was put before them.
I rise to make a statement in response to the tabling of the report by the Procedure and House Affairs Committee yesterday. I want to thank colleagues for their work and consideration of the serious matter that was put before them. I made a serious mistake. I should have never recorded that video. Not in the Speaker's uniform, not in the Speaker's office, and not for a friend who is an active politician. I am deeply sorry. I want to reassure members that nothing like this will ever happen again.
I made a serious error. I never should have recorded that video, not in the Speaker's uniform and not in the Speaker's office, and not for a friend who was an active politician. I apologize sincerely, and I reassure you that such a situation will never repeat itself again.
My office is putting in place a more rigorous communication protocol to protect the neutral role of the Speaker. I will ensure that requests are subject to intense scrutiny and considered in consultation with the House administration under the leadership of the Clerk to ensure the utmost impartiality. I will continue to rely on the sage advice and counsel of former Speakers and parliamentary experts in Canada and in other Westminster parliaments. To those members who have generously extended me a second chance to serve as Speaker, I say thank you from the bottom of my heart. To those members who are opposed to this second chance, let me say, I can understand your point of view, and I will spare no effort to regain your trust.
To the members who are opposed to the second chance I've been given, I understand your point of view, and I will work tirelessly to regain your confidence.
All members, my door is open. I want to hear from you so that we can work together in collaboration. Please reach out. To mes collègues.
To all of my colleagues, my door is open. I would like to hear what you have to say so we can work together collaboratively.
It is essential that the Speaker be impartial and nonpartisan in every act, every gesture, and every appearance.
I know that this issue was a source of distraction at a time when members' timetables were very full and our legislative program was very heavy. Allow me to reiterate the honor that was granted to me to be your Speaker.
Responsibilities for my actions. I pledge to fulfill every measure that was recommended by the committee's report. I thank members for their attention. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills, Senate. Beginning debate at second reading of Bill S9, an act to amend the Chemical Weapons Convention Implementation Act.
Madam Hutchings, pour Madame Joly.
Madam Hutchings, seconded by Ms. Joly, proposed that Bill S9, an act to amend the Chemical Weapons Convention Implementation Act, be now read a second time and sent to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm very proud today and pleased to rise to speak in this House on Bill S9, an act to amend the Chemical Weapons Convention Implementation Act and the important efforts to eliminate the use of chemical weapons globally. I need to say, Mr. Speaker, that the government was deeply disturbed and disappointed in how not once but twice the Conservative opposition has blocked the debate on this bill. I'm glad we are finally here today. On the eve of the Day of Remembrance for all victims of chemical weapons, the Conservatives blocked debate on the bill, and a bill to modernize the very act which will help those victims, the Chemical Weapons Convention. It also includes Novichok, a deadly nerve agent implicated in multiple poisonings likely conducted by Russia. Conservatives also did this just days before Remembrance Day, when we commemorate the thousands of brave Canadians who have fallen in defense of our freedoms, some of whom were among the first in human history to fall victims of the horror of chemical warfare in Ypres in 1915. More than a century ago, during the Second Battle of Ypres, Canadian soldiers were among the very first in human history to fall victim to the horrors of chemical warfare when 160 tons of chlorine gas were released towards Canadian lines. By the end of the battle, Madam Speaker, 6,035 young Canadians, more than 1 in 3, were killed or wounded by the new and terrifying weapon. By the end of the conflict, more than 1 million people suffered the effects of this new kind of warfare, chemical warfare. Today, as we see the devastating images of the victims of war and conflict like never before, from Khartoum to Kiev, Khan Yunis, it is incumbent on all of us to do what we can to promote peace, to work vigorously towards a world free of chemical weapons and other weapons of mass destruction. The use of chemical weapons to injure or kill is a vile act of barbarism, and regrettably one that, despite our best efforts, has not yet been confined to the annals of history. While the use of chemicals in war has a long history dating back to ancient times, advances in science and technology, with the possibility of creating so much good for so many people, has also been harnessed on an industrial scale to cause death and destruction. Thankfully, at the conclusion of the conflict, the Geneva Protocol was launched, which prohibited the use in war of either of these categories of weapons of mass destruction. The way in which the consequences of chemical weapons in the battlefield left no one untouched demonstrated the sheer inhumanity of these types of weapons. The protocol, however, did not prohibit their development or production. Consequently, for decades to follow, countries continued to develop mass chemical weapons stockpiles. After more than 2 decades of efforts, on the 3rd of September 1992, the text of a convention on the prohibition of the development, production, stockpiling, and use of chemical weapons and on their destruction was sent to the United Nations General Assembly by the UN Conference on Disarmament. Canada signed it on the very first day, January 13th, 1993, and we proceeded to fully ratify it. The Chemical Weapons Convention entered into force on the 29th of April, 1997. That same year, the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, or OPCW, was formed to oversee the convention's implementation, supervise destruction of declared chemical weapons stockpiles, and inspect the world's chemical industries to help ensure that the chemical weapons would never return. 30 years later, the Chemical Weapons Convention remains a key pillar of the rules-based international system. More than 190 states are party to it, making it the most widely adopted treaty on non-proliferation and disarmament. The Convention's prohibitions are clear and comprehensive. No country party to the Convention may develop, produce, acquire, stockpile, retain, or use chemical weapons. They may not transfer chemical weapons to another party or otherwise enable another country or non-state actor to develop them. It affirms the right for all parties to engage in the free trade of chemicals and technology for peaceful purposes, and that the prohibition on chemical weapons should not hamper unnecessarily the growth of the chemical industry or progress in chemical research. We need that as human beings. On that latter point, the OPCW employs numerous programs to promote chemical science and chemical industry, all for peaceful purposes around the globe. In fact, as of July 2023, the OPCW supervised and verified the destruction of 100% of the world's declared chemical weapons. Unfortunately, the legal prohibition has not yet fully eliminated the risk of chemical weapon use. Since entry into force of the CWC, chemical weapons have been used in multiple instances, including even by countries that are party to the convention. Competent international bodies, including the OPCW UN Joint Investigation Mechanism and the OPCW Investigation and Identification Team, have concluded that the Syrian Arab Republic used both the chemical chemical warfare agent sarin and the toxic industrial chemical chlorine as weapons against opposition forces on no fewer than 9 occasions and likely more. The terrorist group Daesh used mustard gas in both Syria and Iraq. Kim Jong-nam, half-brother of North Korean leader Kim Jong-un, was assassinated with the nerve agent, venomous agent X, or VX, in the Kuala Lumpur International Airport in February 2017, an act widely believed to have been orchestrated by the North Korean state. In March 2018, a more complicated development occurred. Sergei Skripal, a former Russian military intelligence officer living in the United Kingdom, as well as his daughter, were found to have been poisoned by Novichok, an extremely toxic nerve agent developed by the Soviet Union. The attempted assassination left both Skripals and police detective Nick Bailey in the hospital for several months. The Novichok was believed to have been administered to the front door of Mr. Skripal's house using a perfume bottle, subsequently discarded in a public bin, and when discovered by a local believing it to be perfume, resulted in 2 further hospitalizations and the death of Dawn Sturgis. When the police recovered the bottle from Ms. Sturgis' home in nearby Amesbury, they assessed it to contain sufficient Novichok to kill thousands of people. 8 locations had to be decontaminated to remove any trace of Novichok, taking several months, costing millions of pounds. Canada and its allies concluded that the state agencies of the Russian Federation were highly likely responsible for that attack. The British government identified and indicted in absentia 3 Russian intelligence agents. Canada condemned the attack. The Prime Minister and then Foreign Minister issued statements. 4 Russian diplomats were expelled from the Russian embassy in Ottawa and the Consulate General in Montreal as part of an unprecedented collective response. In total, 153 Russian diplomats were expelled from 29 countries, including some accredited to the NATO headquarters in Brussels. The Chemical Weapons Convention contains an annex on chemicals, a list covering most chemical warfare agents and their precursors across 3 schedules. Schedule 1 chemicals have only one use: to injure, to kill. They cannot be used in industry and so are prohibited from all purposes except for research and training for protection and defense against themselves, against chemical weapons. Schedules 2 and 3 chemicals have increasing use in industry and so are subject to fewer controls, with the goal of preventing chemical weapons proliferation while avoiding unnecessarily hampering industry and trade and the benefit of humanity. At the time of the Salisbury attack, Novichoks were not on the Annex on Chemicals, thus not subject to declaration and verification requirements. It must be made clear that a Novichok as a weapon, indeed any toxic chemical as a weapon, has always been a violation of the Chemical Weapons Convention in accordance with the very broad definition of a chemical weapon in Article 2. Still, Canada and our close allies quickly took the position that the world would be much safer if Novichoks were subject to OPCW monitoring like any other chemical warfare agent. On the 29th of November 2019, as a result of tremendous leadership by Canada, the United States, and the Netherlands, the 24th session of the Conference of States Parties to the Chemical Weapons Convention Act took the unprecedented decision to add 4 new categories of toxic chemicals to Schedule 1. This included the Novichok used in the attempted assassination of Sergei Skripal. As a result of this amendment, states handling Novichoks for defensive purposes such as research, development, and testing of new protective gear or medical countermeasures or training police or armed forces and responding to their use must declare their activities to the OPCW and be subject to verification. This amendment is also symbolic. The toxic chemical used as a weapon in Salisbury is now included in the same list of chemical weapons as sarin, mustard, or VX. The additions to the CWC Annex on Chemicals came into force on the 7th of June 2020. The Chemical Weapons Convention requires that all states parties put in place domestic legislation to apply the Convention's prohibitions to their citizens and all people in their territory. That is what S9 is about. In Canada, this is done through the Chemical Weapons Convention Implementation Act, which makes it illegal for anyone in Canada, as well as Canadian citizens abroad, to develop, produce, acquire, stockpile, retain, transfer, use, prepare to use, or assist in the use of chemical weapons. It also prohibits Canadians from producing, possessing, or using Schedule I chemicals, including since the 7th of June 2020, the 4 recently added categories, without explicit government authorization. Therefore, the CWCIA still contains a copy of the Convention's original Annex on Chemicals, which has been out of date since 2020. While subsection 2.3 states unambiguously that the provisions of the Chemical Weapons Convention take precedence should there be a disagreement with the Act, fixing this discrepancy and showing leadership on this important issue is important for us to do in this place today. To this end, S9 seeks to repeal the schedule from the Act and repeal or amend 2 subsections which reference it. These changes will not just realign Canadian legislation with our international obligations, but also future-proof it in case of further amendments in the future. This bill is something which all parties, I believe, should agree to easily and should expedite immediately. There's already been passed through the other place without objection, so I hope that this can happen in this place as well. This legislation alone does not eliminate the risk of a foreign state like Russia, non-signatories, nor non-state actors such as terrorist groups using a chemical weapon for nefarious purposes, but it does, however, underscore Canada's steadfast support for the Chemical Weapons Convention and for other key agreements that form an essential part of the rules-based system that keep Canada safe and all Canadians, as well as our allies, safe. As the Foreign Minister outlined the other week, our system and our world is cracking. The international rules-based order is under attack, and the world is increasingly marked by geopolitical turbulence, unpredictability, and uncertainty. We must therefore continue to show leadership on the international stage as we have in the past. Canada can be proud of our leadership on these important issues, which also includes former Foreign Minister Lloyd Axworthy's landmark work on the Ottawa Treaty to ban landmines, the launch of the Global Partnership Against the Spread of Weapons and Materials of Mass Destruction when former Prime Minister Chrétien hosted the world leaders in Kananaskis in 2002, and worked to spearhead the International Convention prohibiting cluster munitions. All of these are important, critical parts of keeping our world safe. The critical tool as well is diplomacy. It can only help but strengthen our ability to maintain the safety and security of Canada and Canadians. We must work with allies and our partners to keep our world safe through a world security infrastructure. That is why we increase our footprint in the world. Diplomacy leads to better activity. Better activity leads to a lesser degree of peace in our world and being threatened. This is why we continue to do all of that work. We have missions around the world that continue through diplomats to regularly coordinate with our allies and partners, as well as engage host governments on the importance of buttressing our work on this convention. It was through concerted advocacy around the world that we were able to adapt the convention to the modern realities of today's world. It's through diplomacy that we continue to build peace in our world. It is a trying challenge. It is something that we need to commit to every day in this place. It means we continue to monitor the situation, to adapt, and to take legislation that we have in this House, in this place, in this government, and adapt it to the modern realities of today's world. Our words need to be backed by meaningful actions, notably through funding the Weapons Threat Reduction Program housed within Global Affairs Canada. It represents Canada's flagship contribution to the G7-led Global Partnership Against the Spread of Weapons and Materials of Mass Destruction, hosted by former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien in Kananaskis, Alberta in 2002. Canada has contributed more than $1.6 billion towards threat reduction activities worldwide, including destroying chemical weapons and combating their spread. This includes supporting the destruction of declared chemical weapons in Russia, Syria, Iraq, and Libya. Through the Weapons Threat Reduction Program, Canada is the single largest donor country to the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, set up to implement the CWC. which was honored with the 2013 Nobel Peace Prize for its effort to supervise the destruction of more than 98% of declared global stocks of chemical weapons. With our $10 million commitment, Canada is the top individual donor to the OPCW's new Centre for Chemistry and Technology in The Hague, which opened this past May. The centre will strengthen and bolster the organization's investigative capacities and capabilities and support innovative efforts to keep pace with the ever-evolving chemical weapons landscape. Canada has also provided defensive equipment, including masks and filters, to the Ukrainian military, given the threat of chemical weapons used by Russian forces. Let's be very clear. This bill is also about defense of Ukraine against the illegal invasion of Russia into its territory. To counter Russian efforts to undermine the global norm against chemical weapons use, Canada has worked in close concert with allies to demand that Russia fully declare its Novichok program. Our government will continue to be a leader on the global stage and ensure Russia is held accountable for their aggressions against Ukraine. Whether it be through providing defensive equipment or Bill C-57, the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Act, an agreement that the Conservatives have voted against multiple times to support the rebuilding of Ukraine when we win. In August 2020, when Russian opposition figure Alexei Navalny...
Questions, they should wait for questions and comments. And this will coming soon, in 3 minutes. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I look forward to the questions, Madam Speaker. In August 2020, when Russian opposition figure Alexei Navalny was poisoned by a Novichok agent, one which was sufficiently different from the Novichok agent used against Sergei Skripal, that is not covered by the amended annex on chemicals, Canada's Minister of Foreign Affairs strongly condemned the assassination attempt, and Canada joined similar statements by our G7 partners and NATO allies. We've continued the close coordination of our advocacy, and as recently as August, we announced sanctions against senior officials of the Russian government, Judiciary and Investigative Committee, as well as federally funded courts, including the notorious Basmani District Court, which have been directly involved in human rights abuses against Russian opposition leaders, including Alexei Navalny, Vladimir Kara-Murza, and other Russian citizens. Even now, as Russian President Putin continues his war of aggression against Ukraine, Canada is working hand in hand with allies to counter Russian blatant disinformation on chemical weapons and are preparing to hold Russia to account should they choose to use chemical weapons in Ukraine. It would be a bad decision on Russia's part. Canada has joined its G7 partners in demanding information from Russia regarding allegations supported by reports from Russian state-controlled media that the Russian military has dropped grenades filled with riot control agent from drones in occupied Ukrainian territory, another blatant violation of the Chemical Weapons Convention. The threat of the resurgence in chemical weapons use is real. Canada will play a key role in upholding the tools of the rules-based international order that keep us safe, including the Chemical Weapons Convention, continuing our fight against flagrant violations of international law and global norms. This legislation will bring us in line, will signal to the world that we are serious about keeping up with the convention and that we will continue to move in pace as industry changes, as technology is emerged, and as people continue to be unsafe. Canada will stand on the right side. I ask all members of this House to support this bill, and so we can get it done and bring it home. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to the member's speech, and I'll be having some remarks shortly on this, and not to preempt them, but we support the bill. But he saw fit to actually blame the opposition for this bill having not passed sooner. And I wonder if he could maybe take this opportunity to explain to Canadians why they prorogued the House with this on the order paper in 2020, and also called a snap election in 2021. This should have been passed in the 43rd Parliament, not being brought up on the last day before Christmas. The member went there in his speech, and so I wonder if he could apologize for blaming Conservatives for the government's mismanagement of its calendar and for twice failing to get this bill approved.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the government doesn't live in the past, we live in the present. and we very much are looking at the future as we engage in this act. This bill is an important bill which in this session of Parliament has been part of the antics of the opposition. Our government House Leader yesterday called them on it. They called them on it to remind them that perhaps they need a timeout, that perhaps when it comes to the eve of the remembrance of the victims of chemical warfare, to stop the piece of legislation by moving motions that are irrelevant in our House, by then moving on the eve of Remembrance Day to doing the same activity is absolutely abhorrent. Let's get over with the antics. Let's get the work of this House done. Let the work of the International Rules-Based Order done. Let's move on and be grown-ups.
Order, order, order. The honourable members have had an opportunity to ask a question. If they have more questions, they should be waiting for those. And it's not good to be throwing insults at members as they speak, so I want to remind members to please be respectful. I have a point of order. The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'm hoping that you'll find consent for this motion that for the sole purpose of disposing of said...
Obviously, I'm hearing no at this point in time. I would just ask members, and I'm sure that the Honourable Official Opposition House Leader knows that if he's looking for unanimous consent, it's best to talk to the other leaders to obtain that. And if it's not obtained, then he knows that it's not going to be accepted in the House. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Saint-Jean, rather. Yes, it's true. People often make that mistake, but don't worry. My colleague for Lac-Saint-Jean is also a nice guy. So following up on that question that was just asked, this bill has been debated several times. In the Senate, here in the House, it was supposed to be debated several times, and it kept being put off. Even though this bill is one that people agree on. It's simple. It went through the Senate easily. It's simply saying that we should have in our domestic legislation what we find in the Chemical Weapons Convention. People aren't really debating the substance. Now, my colleague said that it's the Conservatives' fault that it hasn't been debated, but actually could have been debated a lot earlier if the House hadn't been prorogued in 2021, because it had already been tabled in 2020. So I'd like to know whether the government would be ready to take at least a part of the blame for the fact that this bill has not yet been adopted.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je pense que c'est...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'll just have to repeat the same thing. We are in the present right now. This is an opportunity for all members in this House to bring this legislation to its conclusion, and maybe after that, we'll have an opportunity to do other things next year. Thank you.
Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the member's intervention on this important issue. And I guess my question just goes to the heart of an issue that many of my constituents in North Island and Powell River have. We know that there are currently 93 signatory countries to the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, including Mexico, New Zealand, Brazil, and we know that Canada shockingly refuses to join the treaty. I'm just wondering if this member could explain to my constituents why that is.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
An important question. The proliferation of nuclear weapons continues to be a huge scourge on humanity. Canada has chosen as a government to work with our allies through a variety of means. We continue to do that. We monitor that treaty very closely. We talk to our allies who are signatories to it. At the present time, we will continue to find the best ways forward on this are under the conventions that we have already signed, and will continue to work for a world free of nuclear weapons.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I'm very grateful to the member for North Island Powell River for raising the issue I plan to raise here. I want to thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his thoughtful remarks on the Chemical Weapons Convention Implementation Act. Get it on the record. Clearly, Green Party MPs will vote for this, but the ultimate weapon of mass destruction is the nuclear weapons arsenals around the world. I did attend with the Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway and the Honourable Member from Edmonton Strathcona the meetings recently at the United Nations in New York on the second meeting of the parties to the Convention for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Other NATO countries, I want to stress this, sent an observer group to that session. Canada did not even send observers. So as parliamentarians from the NDP and Greens and one independent senator, we were there wishing our government was there with us. Could the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary explain why Canada has chosen not to even send an official delegation of observers to this all-important Convention for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam President, Madam Speaker, I would be very happy to sit down with the three members of this House, as well as the independent senator who attended those meetings at the UN in New York, and get a briefing from them, because I think obviously their wisdom on this issue and their experience at that meeting would be very helpful for us, and the government will always be happy to listen to them with their suggestions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. I found it interesting when the Conservative opposition tried to say that the legislation is not being passed because of the government, when in fact when we brought forward the legislation, one of the first initiatives that the Conservatives had taken was to move a concurrence motion in order to even prevent the debate of the legislation. It seems to me that every member in the House is supporting the legislation, and the desire of the government is actually to see the legislation pass. If my colleague could just provide his thoughts in regards to, wouldn't it be nice if the Conservative would then allow the legislation to be passed by making a suggestion that they have the unanimous support for it, and see if we can actually get it passed and allow the debate to collapse? Would you not see that to be a good, positive thing before Christmas break?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for those comments, because absolutely, if we could end this debate quickly, move on quickly, we can get to other important work that this House wants to do. This is a piece of legislation that is amending something that we are all in agreement with, and I think that the faster we can get it done, the better, and move on to other work. This kind of legislation is the kind of thing that Canada, when we speak on the world stage, should speak with one voice, to be strong, to be heard. Let's get it done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments? The Honourable for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do want to take this opportunity to ask the Parliamentary Secretary about another bill from the House that's currently in the Senate, Bill C-281, the International Human Rights Act. That bill was passed by this House. I believe it was unanimous in the end by this House. It's another important bill that deals with international human rights issues. And as far as I know, it hasn't moved forward in the Senate. I wonder, is the government trying to stop the bill? Are they making phone calls to senators? Or does the government want to allow this bill to move forward? I think important human rights legislation, wherever it comes from, should get the support of the House. And we'd like to see Bill C-281 passed unanimously by the House, be brought into law. Can the Parliamentary Secretary update us on what is or is not happening in terms of the government's conversation with the senators they've appointed on this important legislation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I think I have been in this place long enough to know it's wise to not comment on legislation that is in the other place. I will allow the other place to do its work, and will be respectful as they do their deliberations on all legislation that comes before them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? A brief question. The Honourable for Joliette.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie le
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. Russia developed Novichok to get around the convention, given that it's harder to detect. Could the Parliamentary Secretary illustrate how this agent is still being used?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I am not an expert on chemical weapons, particularly on Novichok. What I do know is that this convention will allow us to do further research. There are Novichoks. There are several different kinds. They masquerade. They hide behind each other. And I hope that this bill will allow us to do the right research into them, to prevent them, and then to continue to find ways to eliminate them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's likely this will be the last time I rise in this year, so I wish you a Merry Christmas, as well as all of those all other members of this place and those that support the work we do here, including the parliamentary pages, the desk officers, the Sergeant at Arms, the Parliamentary Protective Service, and everyone here that helps us do our work on behalf of Canadians. So all the best to all of you. So we're on the last day of this session. They've called Bill S9, an act to amend the Chemical Weapons Convention Implementation Act. As I said earlier in debate, I do support this, as I understand all of my Conservative colleagues, and it is a very important bill. It's one that needs to get done. But in the debate previous, I must take a moment and register my disappointment that the government chooses to blame to actually accuse the Conservatives of delaying any time we debate a bill. So the parliamentary secretary delivered his remarks. I'm going to deliver mine. There may be other members of this House that want to deliver remarks on this bill. That's the process of debate. That is what we are elected here to do. So debating a bill is not obstructing a bill, particularly when it's one that where members have not yet had an opportunity to weigh in. And I do agree that this bill is important and should pass expeditiously, but I will not be told by members of the government and their parliamentary secretaries not to speak because it is our job or our duty to just let every bill collapse and go straight to a vote without debate. So we're going to have debate on this bill. I hope that all members will, in fact, support this bill, as I do. So Bill S9 will provide and ensure that Canadian law becomes more closely aligned, well, in fact, becomes properly aligned with the Chemical Weapons Convention. The convention was the world's first multilateral disarmament agreement to eliminate weapons of mass destruction such as toxic chemicals, poison, and biological weapons. The convention was open for signature in Paris on January 13th, 1993. And under the Mulroney government, Canada was among the first countries to sign. It came into effect on April 29th, 1997. And Canada's Chemical Weapons Convention Implementation Act is a Chrétien-era law that implements Canada's obligations under this convention as one of its original signatories. So S9 is identical in purpose to two bills previously introduced in the previous Parliament. S9 was introduced originally as Bill C9, which was introduced by the Minister of Foreign Affairs in the first session of the 43rd Parliament, and it was reintroduced as Bill S2, which was introduced by Senator Mark Gold in the second session of the 43rd Parliament. Neither of these bills made it through the 43rd Parliament. And Madam Speaker, let me be clear, it wasn't because of Conservative opposition to the bill or any procedural wrangling of the Conservative caucus. C9 was a casualty of the current government's decision to prorogue the House in the summer of 2020 amid the We Charity scandal. And Bill S2 was a casualty of the current government's decision to call a snap election in the summer of 2021. So here we are today on the third attempt to get this legislation through Parliament to update Canadian law and ensure that Canadian law aligns with the Chemical Weapons Convention. So Bill S9 was introduced in the Senate by the government's representative in the Senate, Mark Gold. So again, I thank him for introducing this bill. He did so on June 2nd, 2022, about a year and a half ago now, Madam Speaker. And this bill would make several amendments to the Chemical Weapons Convention Implementation Act in order to ensure that the Act is consistent with the Convention. So currently, the schedule of the Act of the Canadian law does not reflect the Chemical Weapons Convention's latest listing of chemical weapons, which came into effect in June of 2020, 3.5 years ago. The latest listing of the convention includes additional toxic chemicals under its Schedule 1, which now includes Novichok-style agents. Novichok is a comprehensive label that encompasses various groups of nerve agents that originated in the Cold War era by the Soviet Union as part of their chemical weapons program. So future listings of chemicals under the Chemical Weapons Convention are expected to take place from time to time as technology evolves and toxic chemicals and their precursors change and require the listing in the convention to be updated. So that's why this bill is important. It's going to ensure that future legislation is not required to update the list of chemical regulation in Canada under the Chemical Weapons Convention Implementation Act. It does so by this act will delete the schedule in the Canadian Act, and it will replace it with reference to the Chemical Weapons Convention. So as those items listed in the Chemical Weapons Convention, Canadian law will automatically align with those changes that are expected to happen from time to time under the convention. So to be more precise, Bill S9 states, and I quote, "This enactment amends the Chemical Weapons Convention Implementation Act by deleting the schedule to that act and the references to that schedule to that act. This removal is to avoid potential discrepancies between the Convention on the Prohibition of the Development, Production, Stockpiling, and Use of Chemical Weapons and their distribution, the Chemical Weapons Conventions, as amended from time to time, and the portions of the Convention that are reproduced in that schedule." So the Chemical Weapons Convention and the Chemical Weapons Convention Implementation Act, they're very important, and here's why. 8 years ago, in 2015, Emilian Grabev was poisoned in Bulgaria by the nerve agent Novichok. Again, Soviet-style or Soviet-era military-grade nerve agent. 5 years ago, in 2018, a former Russian spy, Sergei Skripal, and his daughter were poisoned in the United Kingdom using the same Novichok, with a Novichok nerve agent. This was by foreign agents working for the Russian Federation that carried out this attempted assassination on foreign soil. And as the parliamentary secretary mentioned in his remarks, that there is significant danger not only to the victims of Russia's security operations, but random victims as well, because these agents remain in place, and any handling of these agents can result in serious illness or death, as we have seen in the case of the attempts on Sergei Skripal's life and his daughter. So, also in 2017, Kim Jong-nam, the half-brother of North Korean leader Kim Jong-un, was assassinated with a different nerve agent, but nevertheless an item now covered under the new convention at the Kuala Lumpur airport in Malaysia. So, and recently, Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny was poisoned and placed into an induced coma, but fortunately survived. So these events are ongoing, and it's important that Canadian law give us the proper tools to deal with and to deter this kind of activity. Chemical weapons are being used today, and they threaten civilians or citizens around the world, including in Western countries. The Russian Federation is using Novichok. It appears to be one of its weapons of choice for assassinations on foreign soil. It's a lethal nerve agent that even in the smallest quantities can potentially kill thousands of people. It's a threat to the safety and security of Western citizens, including Canadians, and that's why we have to have all the tools available to stop the proliferation and use of chemical weapons, including by ensuring the convention and Canadian law is kept up to date. In fact, just this year, on July 7th, the United States announced that it had in fact destroyed the last of its chemical weapons. This is an important milestone and a testament to the success of the convention. 72,304 metric tons of of declared chemical weapons worldwide have been destroyed. However, Russia, having completely destroyed its declared stockpile of chemical weapons, obviously has undeclared stockpiles as well, including Novichok, which they use to target people in Western democracies. So last month, we observed Remembrance Day, Madam Speaker, and Canadians in communities all over Canada joined war veterans to commemorate the sacrifice of members of the Canadian Army, the Royal Canadian Navy, the Royal Canadian Air Force, and Remembrance Day was initially, it was called Armistice Day, commemorating the first anniversary of the armistice, and commemorated for the first time on that anniversary in 1919 across the British Commonwealth, including Canada. And it marked the agreement that brought an end to the First World War, and on the occasion of Remembrance Day, it is an opportunity to reflect on the history of chemical weapons and their use, because it was in the First World War, which is now passed out of living memory. There's no one still alive with a living memory of that time, but we do remember, and it's important that we do every year. So we recall, as we're debating this update to our to Canadian law, that during World War I, chemical warfare was employed by all belligerents, including Canada. Germany produced chlorine gas, or introduced it into the battlefield for the first time during the Second Battle of Ypres. And they targeted not only French and Algerian troops, but Canadian troops as well. And initially, these chemical weapons required very specialized troops for its handling and relied on things like wind conditions to disperse them across the battlefield. But over time, new delivery systems, including artillery gas, artillery shells, and gas projectors had been developed. And unlike chlorine gas, which had a distinctive color and odor, subsequent gases became colorless, odorless, and making their detection much more challenging. So in response to these toxic agents, protective measures like gas masks and defensive tools have been devised. And by the end of the war, the use of gas had become commonplace, with soldiers routinely donning masks before entering combat. Chemical weapons had been used by all belligerents, particularly in the final 100 days of the war. In total, chemical weapons then injured 1.2 million individuals and resulted in 90,000 casualties, fatal casualties, Madam Speaker. In the lead up to the Second World War, there was a widespread international concern regarding the potential extensive use of chemical weapons. Italy had deployed lethal gas against Abyssinia, and Japan deployed chemical and biological weapons in its invasion of China in 1937 and onward. But it's worth noting that in both the cases of the Abyssinian War and in China, there was a disparity of access to these weapons. Only one side had access to gas, and so gas was used by these belligerents. In the Second World War, all sides had possessed chemical weapons, but refrained from using them. I guess one could say on an early application of the mutually assured destruction theory, but both of them had access to them. Both felt all sides had to build up stockpiles, if for no other reason than deterrence. So this was while they were not ultimately used during that conflict, the threat of the use of chemical warfare on a massive scale remained. So during the 1980s, we had seen that Iraq used chemical weapons against Iran, and also against its own Kurdish population. Chemical weapons have been used by the Assad regime in Syria, targeting civilians and deliberately killing hundreds of civilians. We've also seen that Daesh has used chemical weapons in both Syria and Iraq. So there's a long history of failure to ban and control the production and deployment of chemical weapons. Amongst the earliest examples of attempts to regulate chemical weapons was the Hague Convention of 1899, which enacted prohibitions against the use of poisons in warfare and deployment of projectile weapons designed solely for the dissemination of asphyxiating gas. Sorry, Madam Speaker, that's one's tongue gets tied eventually in this place sometimes, but the powers that had ratified the convention then eventually amassed substantial stockpiles of chemical warfare agents and proceeded to use them indiscriminately during the First World War. So the Hague Convention of 1899 was not effective in preventing their use. Following the war, the Geneva Protocols of 1925 prohibited the use of chemical weapons, and Canada ratified those protocols, but nevertheless actively engaged in research and production of chemical and biological warfare or weapons. So the Geneva Protocols, while there was not widespread use of chemical weapons in the Second World War that followed, the protocol itself did not prevent even countries like Canada that signed it from researching and developing their own chemical weapons capability. So that leads us to the Chemical Weapons Convention that is in force today. The convention includes a verification regime that's administered by the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, which is based in The Hague. It's important that we keep this convention current and that Canada keeps its laws current. And the convention has been successful. It does lack in some aspects. It's not perfect, and there have been uses since this came into force. The convention does not ban chemicals that act on the central nervous system for the most part in its schedules. There's currently only one such chemical listed. Biological toxins, which are chemicals produced by animals and nature, and bioregulators, which are chemicals produced by the human body, they're not included in the schedules. And these chemicals could be fabricated or exploited for military purposes. So this is something worth exploring during the next review of the convention, Madam Speaker. So as technology evolves and as new chemicals and chemical weapons emerge, the convention must rely on amendments to capture and prohibit new chemical weapons developments. Bill S9 represents an opportunity for us to maintain Canada's unwavering commitment to limiting the harm of weapons of mass destruction, nuclear arms, and biological weapons. Canada has made significant contributions to the convention by being among its first signatories. Our ongoing involvement is evident as Canada remains a dedicated member of the Executive Council of the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, underscoring our ongoing commitment to this vital cause. So I would again like to thank Senator Gold for introducing this bill once again. My Conservative colleagues and I will support Bill S9. I do urge its swift adoption to fulfill Canada's international obligations. I urge this House to ensure that Canada's own laws remain up to date and consistent with those not only of our allies, but those among the broader community of nations that strive to suppress the use, proliferation, research, and development of chemical weapons. So since the horrors of the First World War, there's been a near universal consensus that mass deployment of chemical weapons is barbarically inhumane, even in war. And a combination of calculated self-interest over the past several decades, and over the past several decades, this agreement as well, have mostly prevented nations from using them, and the world has not seen the mass-scale deployment of chemical weapons since the First World War. But we have sadly seen numerous smaller-scale examples of the use of chemical weapons, and Russia continues to use them for political assassination in foreign countries. So modernizing the agreement by deleting the existing schedule of prohibited agents and reference and adding merely just reference to the convention itself will ensure that Canada's laws comply with our obligations and that we possess the most current tools for the deterrence and proliferation of chemical weapons.
Questions and comments? Your Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the member says he's recommending swift adoption. Yet the childish behavior that we have witnessed from the Conservative Party that comes from the Conservative House leadership is truly amazing. Think about it. The last time we attempted to bring S9 to debate, the Conservatives moved a motion of concurrence in order to prevent members from debating. That's why they moved that motion, to filibuster the legislation. At the beginning of his comments, he said, well, we want to debate the legislation, yet he prevents the debate from occurring. And now he says that he would like to see swift passage of the legislation. And Madam Speaker, it's totally amazing and mind-blowing how the Conservative Party wants to play these childish games. The question to the member is, if he supports the legislation as he says he supports the legislation, when will the Conservative Party stop playing these childish games and allow legislation then to pass into committee?
Point of order, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Conservatives believe that the House should sit on Monday, December 18th to pass Bill C-234 that will take the carbon tax off farmers and lower food prices for Canadians. I wonder if you'd find there's unanimous consent to do that.
Again, I just want to remind members, if they're looking for unanimous consent, they need to talk to the other parties, so the leaders of the other parties, to see if, the House leaders of the other parties, to see if they're willing to do that. Otherwise, these motions will not be accepted in the House. The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In response to the question from the member from Winnipeg North, is this member I don't even know what to say. His government killed this bill not once but twice in the previous Parliament. We are 3.5 years late getting this bill done because of this government's failure to approve it in the past. We do indeed from time to time introduce concurrence motions in this House so that we may debate important work that comes out of committee and get recorded votes on them. We are debating this bill now. I support it. I hope this government won't kill it again.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Timmins James Bay.
Speaker, it was April 22nd, 1915 that completely untried Canadian troops were hit with the first mass gas attack, and the Canadians held the line. We have a lot at stake in this treaty. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, given the fact that we see that Putin has used chemical weapons to support it in Syria, Rumsfeld supported Saddam Hussein in the fight against Iran in using chemical weapons. We need good international players who can actually deal with the serious issues in a time of a destabilized international global reality. Does the member think that Canada could play that role and the kind of resources that could be brought to bear, given our history with chemical weapons and given our role as a middle power?
The honourable for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, it's not often, Madam Speaker, that this member gives me an opportunity to agree with him and to affirm that as I'm sure he does, based on the question, that Canada does have an important responsibility to be a leader in the world in the suppression of weapons of mass destruction. And he is right. Russia is a threat to world security, and its ongoing use of chemical weapons as a tool of assassination, and we don't know what its undeclared stockpiles are. So I do agree with this member that on the importance of this agreement and on the importance of Canadian leadership in this matter.
Before I go to statements, there's members that are starting to come out. So the honourable member will have 6.5 minutes the next time that this matter is before the House. And before we go to statements, there are members that are coming into the House. There's conversations being had, and the tone is a little bit high. So I just want to remind members, we're going into statements, and it would be nice if members would afford the members who are going to be making their statements the quietness that they deserve during their statements. Statements by members. The honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Madam Speaker, achievement is defined in the dictionary as a thing done successfully, typically by effort, courage, or skill, all defining characteristics of both the senior and the junior Huron Heights Warriors. Champions is what these Newmarket football teams are, having made history with both teams winning the provincial titles in the same year, not only the second, but the successful program for the Ontario High School Football Challenges. Football is in many ways the ultimate game. It takes a complete team effort for everyone executing at the highest level to achieve victory on the field. And so to Coach Heath Weir, his fellow coaches, and the support staff, congratulations. What you have achieved with the Warriors program is remarkable. Remarkable in what has been accomplished this year, but even more remarkable for the longevity of success. Your program has emerged as a true dynasty in the world of high school football.
The honour for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Madam Speaker, in 1973, Audrey Martin knew her neighbor was an unemployed single mother who had recently lost a child. She had very little in her cupboards and nothing under the tree for her 3-year-old son. On Christmas Eve, Audrey Martin showed up at her neighbor's door with a Christmas miracle. Her small act of kindness has never been forgotten, and my mother and I will be eternally grateful for the collection of donations of food and gifts from our neighbors to put under the tree. Mother Teresa said, "The good news is that God still loves the world through each one of you. You are God's good news. You are God's love in action." For my mother and I, Audrey Martin was God's good news and God's love in action. There is more good news, the good news of a small child named Jesus who was born in a manger. For God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. The reason we celebrate Christmas. I want to wish you and the rest of Canada a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
The honourable member for Cape Breton.
Madam Speaker, as we bring 2023 to a close, I'd like to take this opportunity to wish my colleagues, constituents, and indeed all Canadians a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Looking back on how we're finishing this year, I'm delighted to share that in the last 2 months alone, our government has invested over $155 million in my riding of Cape Breton Council. This federal funding is going toward causes that truly matter for people in my riding, such as airport infrastructure and public transit and green energy. By making these investments, our government is helping to make Cape Breton and northeastern Nova Scotia grow. Now, with green energy in particular, we're helping our communities tap into an entire new economy, which could have generational impacts, not just in my riding, Madam Speaker, but throughout the province. So to all of my constituents who are listening, there's more to come in 2024, and I can't wait to share with you. Thank you.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
The Conservatives voted against it. The Liberals voted against it, and they said a national dental care program couldn't be done. But, Madam Speaker, the NDP are proving them wrong. Under the NDP's National Dental Care Program, millions of Canadians are going to be able to visit the dentist for the very first time. Seniors, people with disabilities, young people. It's the biggest expansion of public health care in this country in over 60 years. What do people in Northwest BC say about this program? Well, Alan from Smithers calls it a massive improvement. Sarah from Terrace says this is a game changer for many families. And Kathleen from Prince Rupert says this is life-saving for people. Right across Canada, Madam Speaker, people who access this program will save over $1,300 per year. That's money they can spend on groceries, on heat, and on other necessities. Madam Speaker, we're stronger when we take care of each other, and National Dental Care is going to make Canada stronger. I'm so proud to be a part of this massive improvement.
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
After another year, the holiday season is now here. Madam Speaker, I'd like to wish a Merry Christmas to all members, the assistants, the pages, the support personnel, public servants, and all Canadians. The Christmas spirit is in full swing in my riding. We are sharing, and we have seen friendship and generosity throughout the village. And good news from Santa Claus, children in my riding were good this year, and he'll have many houses to visit. I'd also like to thank the donors, the volunteers, and the companies who have given funds and food and their time to support the local food bank. The Christmas season is community-based, and it's the best time to share our joy with our neighbors, friends, and families. Merry Christmas.
Bonne année.
Happy New Year.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
'Twas the week before Christmas, after 8 years the Grinch snuggled warm in his mansion, wondering who next to pinch. Was it farmers or families or perhaps the First Nations? He needed more money for his friends and vacations. If they protest, I'll punish. They have unacceptable views. I'll force on them lockdowns. They'll watch CBC News. As Canadians suffer, should we eat, should we heat? Their cries did not bother the Grinch's elite. But up from the opposition benches did appear a common sense leader with no glasses this year. No more scandals, mismanagement, no ethical lapses. I'll build you more homes and axe carbon taxes. Canadians know that our country's not lost. It's just that these Liberals are not worth the cost. We have great people, resources, and land. Canadians have culture. Our future's not bland. As he turned and he waved, said Canada's best days are cinch. It's time to say bye to the tired, mean old Grinch. Merry Christmas to Canada, reversing going broke. Let's hope that next year is a year without woke. Merry Christmas, Madam Speaker.
Yay! The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Madam Speaker, we are 10 days away from Christmas, and the festive spirit is in full swing in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. From the Woodbridge Christmas in the Village to the seniors' Christmas luncheons and donations to the Vaughan Food Bank, Vaughan residents continue to exemplify the meaning behind it all. Beyond the twinkling lights and the festive cheer, the true meaning of Christmas is the spirit of giving. We know Jesus is the reason for the season. He reminds us that joy is the net through which we build community. Let's allow Christ's joy to fill our hearts and spread to everyone we encounter. In the face of global conflicts, we can shine the beacon of hope that is Christmas, rather than create more darkness. Madam Speaker, it's easy to be angry and shout, but it takes real effort to show up for our neighbours when they need us most. Through the holidays and all year round, we will always be there for Canadians. I want to wish my constituents in Vaughan Woodbridge and all Canadians a Buon Natale, a Felice Anno Nuovo, Merry Christmas, and Happy New Year, everyone. Thank you.
The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Madam Speaker, I was fortunate to be elected Member of Parliament for Mississauga Lakeshore this time last year. And I wish to share some of our community's many accomplishments. Our neighbours enjoyed the Paint the Town Red Canada Day, the Southside Shuffle Blues and Jazz Fest, Carasaga celebrations, Halloween in the Village, Cabin Fest, and many cultural festivals throughout the city, welcoming tens of thousands of visitors. And as Christmas approaches, generous donors and volunteers are wrapping up the 15th annual 'Twas the Bite Before Christmas Turkey Drive, and that provides essential meals to the Mississauga food banks. We also saw critical investments to build new affordable homes, supported employers in hiring Canada Summer Jobs, and expanded the Trans-Canada Trail along the Jim Tovey Conservation Area to enhance our precious waterfront. I'm so proud of our community and privileged to represent them in this House. Merry Christmas and best wishes for a prosperous and healthy New Year to everyone. Hear, hear. Thank you.
Honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Madam Speaker, from my community of Kelowna Lake Country, a mum told me recently that she believes her daughters will never own their own home. It now takes over 25 years to save for a down payment on a mortgage for the average home. This means a young adult fresh out of college will be in their 50s before they'll be able to buy a home. It wasn't like this a generation ago. In 1972, Canada's population was 22 million, and we built around 230,000 homes. In 2022, Canada's population was 39 million, and we built around 220,000 homes. We built less homes last year than we did 50 years ago. Inflation hit record highs going back 40 years. Inflationary deficit spending policies of the NDP Liberal government have caused high inflation, which caused higher interest rates. I spoke to someone yesterday whose home mortgage upon renewal last month went up over $2,000 a month. After 8 years, this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost.
Bravo. The honourable member for Yukon.
Madam Speaker, the Yukon may seem cold and remote, but Yukoners are warmly connected to people and events in all parts of the globe. We know that in these hard times there are many Canadians and so many around the world who will not have the luxury of celebrating with loved ones. Pendant que nous célébrons Noël.
While we celebrate Christmas and our traditions, let us keep in our minds and hearts those who are facing violence or poverty.
Ontarians rest, reconnect, and come back ready to work for Canadians and for Canada's place in the world. Neither justice nor peace should face boundaries. Madam Speaker, in the spell of the Yukon-Robert Service describes how, despite the gold, Yukon's true value lies elsewhere. It's the great, big, broad land way up yonder. It's the forests where silence has lease. It's the beauty that thrills me with wonder. It's the stillness that fills me with peace. That is the Yukon I can't wait to return to and enjoy with my family. I wish for each of you in the House and for all of my constituents at home a joyful and peaceful holiday.
The honourable member for Regina Westana.
Madam Speaker, Saskatchewan has always been the breadbasket of the world. But after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, it's getting more and more difficult for Saskatchewan farmers to provide the food that the world needs to eat. Every year, the carbon tax on farmers goes up, and every year, those additional costs get passed on to consumers. Sooner or later, farmers are going to have to decide, do they continue to pass on those rising costs to consumers, or do they cut back production and let the world become dependent on food from foreign countries, often with a much higher carbon footprint? Fortunately, Conservatives have the solution. Conservative Bill C-234 will remove the carbon tax on fuels used for grain drying, and those savings will be passed on to consumers. Madam Speaker, will the Prime Minister pass Bill C-234, or will he show once again that he is just not worth the cost?
The honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
Madam Speaker, do you know what this Prime Minister and the Grinch have in common? They're both trying to steal Christmas. Because after 8 years of inflationary spending, the price of everything necessary for a happy holiday has gone up. And for those who aren't now looking to a food bank for their Christmas dinner, a recent report from Dalhousie University shows that the cost of the average Christmas dinner is up significantly. So as we approach Christmas, the Liberals' gift to all of us is making our food more expensive. You see, they harassed senators into gutting Conservative Bill C-234, which would have reduced the price of groceries by giving farmers a carbon tax carve-out. In fact, the Liberals now plan to quadruple that carbon tax. Jack, a grain farmer from southern Manitoba, paid $6,000 in carbon taxes on his most recent bill, which will soon increase to $24,000 in a single month. When will this Prime Minister axe the tax, helping our farmers and allowing Canadians to have a Merry Christmas?
Hey. Again, we're starting to have a lot of noise in the House and statements are going, so I would just remind members to please bring the tone down or step out and have a conversation. The honourable member from Milton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thinking back a few short months ago, we arrived back in the House of Commons to continue supporting our neighbours with ambitions to support housing affordability, the rising costs of living, and make key improvements to healthcare delivery in Canada. Last summer was also the worst year on record for wildfires and extreme weather, so our obligation to address climate change was never more acutely in focus. Despite Conservatives' attempts to filibuster, obstruct, and mislead, we have come through for Canadians with a plan and some real progress on key areas. This fall, we forced the grocery CEOs to stabilize prices while we work on the Competition Act within the grocery store sector and introduce a corporate grocery code of conduct. We've removed the HST on new rental housing construction. We've removed the GST on counseling and psychotherapy services. We've introduced a dental care program for 9 million uninsured Canadians who have no access to existing dental coverage. And we've introduced legislation to ban replacement workers to support unions and workers, Madam Speaker. We're the first country in the world to commit to both a cap on oil and gas emissions and reductions in methane with a plan to protect more nature in 2024. Madam Speaker, the work doesn't end there. 2024 presents more opportunities to support our neighbours.
The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke.
New Democrats are committed to challenging all forms of discrimination that prevent full participation in our economy. And though updates to the Employment Equity Act are long overdue, they still won't be under the tree this year. On Monday, the Employment Equity Act Review Task Force released their recommendations to include Black Canadians and 2S LGBTQI+ Canadians in the Federal Employment Equity Act as listed groups. The task force notes that while Canada has shown leadership on other 2S LGBTQI+ issues, we are lagging behind other parts of the world on employment equity. They also note that trans people are particularly at risk of employment discrimination and resulting poverty. The White Paper on the Status of Trans and Gender Diverse People, which has the support of the Canadian Labour Congress, also recommends this addition to the Employment Equity Act. All it takes is adding 8 words to the Act to include both these groups. After over a year of consultations, the Labour Minister needs to table legislation to get this done.
The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. 50 years, a lifetime of exceptional volunteer work, and it is for this incredible achievement that I pay tribute today to an equally exceptional woman, Ms. Hélène Ladouceur. Hélène is an emblematic figure at the Royal Military College in Saint Jean, and even more so since she was recently inducted into the institution's Hall of Fame. Her involvement dates back to 1973, when, having just moved to the region, she became involved in the Alumni Club, where she still manages coordination of social events. During these years, she rubbed shoulders with no fewer than 17 of the college's 25 commanding officers, and she also constantly looked after them, their well-being, inviting many of them to her home during the breaks. Her warm presence, her ability to listen, and her love for her second family will always be remembered. Hélène, you who are the mother of the Royal Military College of Saint Jean, today all your children join their voices with mine to say thank you.
The Honourable Member Sturgeon River Parkland.
Canadian farmers feed our communities and the world. They are the great innovators and the stewards of the land. And the farmers of Sturgeon River Parkland are no exception. From seed potatoes to grains, cattle, chicken, dairy, our region is the French fry basket of the world. But after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, it's getting harder and harder for farmers to make a living. Farmers in my community are sending me their carbon tax bills to heat their barns and dry their grain. Tens of thousands of dollars each month. And this NDP Liberal coalition is planning to quadruple that tax. Canadian farmers are struggling to compete with American farmers who don't pay the carbon tax. This NDP Liberal government would rather sacrifice our food sovereignty to foreign corporate farms that don't pay carbon taxes rather than supporting our hardworking farm families here at home. Families, farmers, and First Nations know that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. They're looking forward to a Conservative government that will bring back powerful paychecks and axe the tax.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, Conservative MPs have been relentless in their attempt to shut down Parliament. Their tactics have included a 30-hour voting marathon temper tantrum, filibustering the Sustainable Jobs Act by moving over 20,000 amendments, filibustering the Métis Self-Governments Act, blocking the debate on the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement multiple times, and moving procedural motions to block debate in this House 1 out of every 3 days this fall session. Despite these childish games, Madam Speaker, this government has still been able to deliver for Canadians. We've expanded dental care to seniors. We've passed the Affordable Housing and Groceries Act. We've adopted a national framework for school food program. I am hopeful, Madam Speaker, that after the Leader of the Opposition has a timeout over the holidays, he will come back and actually get ready to work for Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
While Canadians go cold and hungry this Christmas, this Prime Minister is counting down the hours to another taxpayer-funded beach vacation. He and his MPs are taking a 6-week holiday for voting time and time again to quadruple the carbon tax and defeat Bill C-234 as they pressured senators to gut the bill that this House already passed. If they won't axe the tax today, why won't they come to work on Monday and finally take the tax off of farmers so that Canadians can eat this Christmas?
Yes. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to begin by actually wishing all members in this House a happy holidays. I think everybody will be enjoying time with their families over the holidays, and we look forward to seeing everyone back here in February. But I think it's important to make sure that the facts are right, because it was actually Conservative senators that were bullying independent senators. In fact, the Conservative leader in the Senate was actually sanctioned by the other place for his terrible behavior. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Speaker, we all know that the biggest bully in this House is the Prime Minister, and he is squashing any hope that Canadians had for getting relief this holiday season. They are doubling down once again on their plan to quadruple tax on gas, on groceries, on home heating, and on everything else. There is hardly enough money for food, let alone Christmas presents. 2 million people are eating in a food bank. Families are left to skip meals, and children write Santa asking for warm boots rather than toys. Why do these Liberals insist on making Santa deliver the basic necessities instead of toys this Christmas?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I too would like to wish everybody in this House a Merry Christmas, a Happy Hanukkah, and a Happy Holidays, and a Happy New Year. And I also hope that the Conservatives come back willing to work in the new year. But, Mr. Speaker, Conservatives continue to take farmers for granted. Not only do they vote against Canadian farmers, they've also abandoned Ukrainian farmers, Madam Speaker. Ukraine is the breadbasket of the world, Madam Speaker, and time again, they've been given the opportunity to vote for the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, and disappointingly, they voted against it every single time.
Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Speaker, we're ready to fight for Canadians every single day in this House, despite them not wanting to. And it turns out that Santa's not the only one flying around the world this Christmas. He's got some serious competition from the Environment Minister. Except for the Minister doesn't fly a sleigh. He flies on a private jet. From Beijing to Dubai, he burns fuel and taxpayer dollars just to rub elbows with dictators and pop stars. He emits more carbon in one flight than most Canadians do in a whole year, while telling Canadians to pay more carbon taxes. The more he flies around, the higher the tax goes. So will he park the hypocrisy and finally axe the tax reform?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaking of hypocrisy, Madam Speaker, we know what the Conservatives wanted to give Canadians for Christmas, and that's cuts to the vital programs and services that they care for. In fact, just last week, they voted against $10 a day childcare. They voted against dental care for seniors and for children. They voted against Operation Unifier, which is an important NATO mission to Ukraine. And in fact, when they refer to Ukraine as a foreign land, they forget that the country that is invading them is Russia, which is a border of Canada as well. And we want to protect our sovereignty here at home. That's what they would give to Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lise-Lille, Kamouraska-Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, it's nearly Christmas, and too many families are actually dreading their holiday dinner because prices are just too high. Parents will have to choose between feeding their kids or putting gifts under the tree. And it's upsetting, and it's the result of 8 years of this government's policies with their Bloc Québécois allies who want to radically increase the carbon tax. Will the Prime Minister finally listen to our demand that they axe the tax so that Quebecers can enjoy their holidays?
The Honourable Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Oh, sorry, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Natural Resources. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While the Conservative Party tries to let our planet burn, we will be protecting our communities. While the member for Kelowna Lake Country lets our planet burn, we saw in her own constituency that homes were being lost to forest fires. If my colleague really cares about affordability, he will protect communities from natural disasters. The Conservatives don't care about these disasters. We will protect communities. The Honourable Member. Madam Speaker, I was talking about Christmas and kids' Christmas. Now, in my riding, the Moisson Kamouraska Food Bank is doing extraordinary work, but there's more and more demand. It's up 37% since 2019, and 25% of people who come to the organization have jobs, low-income jobs. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, we can't count on the government or the Bloc to help people. Voting for the Bloc Québécois has a steep price. Will the Prime Minister finally listen to our common sense plan and eliminate taxes so that Quebecers can finally have enough to eat? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy to hear my colleagues speak about Moisson Kamouraska. I wonder what Moisson Kamouraska thinks about the Conservatives who stand against the Canada Child Benefit, which reduces child poverty by 40% in all ridings every month, including in my opposition colleagues' riding. What does Moisson Kamouraska think about the fact that this opposition stands against low-cost, quality child care, which reduces gender equality and puts more money in middle-class families' pockets? The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, the federal government is picking a fight in the area of dental care. Quebec was ready to expand its scope, and Ottawa knows that very well, but Quebec wanted to do so under the RAMQ public plan. But the Liberals and NDP instead decided to choose a private company, Sun Life Insurance, instead of the public plan. Our left-of-centre parties just aren't the same as they used to be. We could simply have had an agreement with Quebec that would have offered better dental care coverage in Quebec. Why are the Liberals and NDP favoring the private sector in healthcare?
What's that?
Minister of Health. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Yes. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente et Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's very clear that the one who is picking fights is the Bloc Québécois. Our party, our government, is looking for solutions.
To restart because we can't hear him because I know you all love his jacket and it looks great on him. He's going out this year in style and it's lovely. But I just want to remind members we need to hear what the Honourable Minister has to say. The Honourable Minister.
Joyce.
Yes, happy holidays, Madam Speaker. It's very clear that it is the Bloc Québécois that's picking fights, whereas we are looking for solutions to ensure that everyone throughout the country can access dental care. I had good conversations with the Minister of Health, Minister Dubé in Quebec, and I am certain that we can find a productive solution to ensure that dental care is available everywhere. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. We're not picking fights, Madam Speaker. We are instead trying to protect our areas of jurisdiction because that's what it takes to protect our capacity as a nation to make different choices. Quebec wanted better public coverage of dental care, but instead we're going to have more private intervention in the healthcare sector, thanks to the Liberals and the NDP. And this is not just any old insurance company. Sun Life left Quebec in 1978 when they were asked to work in French under Bill 101. Why not respect the will of Quebec? Agree and improve our public healthcare system. The Honourable Minister of Health. Madam Speaker, there is good news. Dental care will be available for everyone throughout the country. Quebecers, Canadians, that's good news. And I wonder why the Bloc Québécois is upset about it. It's really good news for everyone. Yes, there are still details to be refined, and we will speak about that with Quebec to ensure that we reach the right result. But our goal is to improve the quality of health throughout the country.
Westminster Burnaby.
We all know Canadians are better off when New Democrats are fighting for them in Ottawa. And here's what we exceeded in fighting for in this session: anti-scab legislation to empower workers to fight for better wages and working conditions. For Indigenous, by Indigenous housing to build suitable, affordable homes for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. National child care and dental care, putting thousands of dollars back in the pockets of Canadians. While the Conservatives vote to gut and cut these services, New Democrats are delivering results, and we'll keep fighting in the new year. But why does this government always wait for the NDP to force them to deliver?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, we are very proud of the record that we have delivering $10 a day child care for families across this country, delivering dental care for low and moderate income children and seniors throughout this country, when we are delivering a sustainable future for Canadians across this country. Madam Speaker, this government is here every day fighting for Canadians, and we are happy to work with any party in this House that wants to support Canadian families, Canadian workers, and the future of this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thanks to the NDP, Quebecers and Canadians are seeing concrete results. Funding for social housing, anti-scab legislation, dental care for millions of Canadians and Quebecers, consumer protections. Just in Quebec alone, nearly 50% of the population will benefit from the NDP's dental insurance. And while Conservatives try to cut services, the NDP is delivering. We know that if we weren't pushing them, the Liberals would drag their feet. Why do the Liberals always wait for the NDP to push them before delivering the help that people need? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this is why it's so important to work together. To not always simply be attacking, criticizing, and making noise. I really appreciate it when parties present solutions, because this is a difficult time the world over, and it's a good time to work together and find solutions like dental care and other results that this government has brought in for all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Deschamps-Lévis. Madam Speaker, as Moisson Quebec has pointed out, the face of poverty has changed. 30% of people who go to food banks in the Greater Quebec City area have a job. There are more and more students, new arrivals, and seniors. That's the legacy of this Liberal government and its allies in the Bloc Québécois, who want to radically, as I'll remind you, increase the carbon tax, which is making the prices of everything go up. Will this Prime Minister finally hear reason and give up on his inflationary taxes once and for all? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, we know that this is a difficult time and many Canadians are struggling to make ends meet. It's especially disappointing, with that in mind, that last Friday the Conservatives voted against measures like, for example, the strategy for a school lunch program. We know that children learn better when they have had a good meal. Last week, the Conservatives showed their true colors by voting against that motion. The Honourable Member. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about our food banks that can barely keep up with demand. For example, La Boucherie Généreuse in Quebec City is preparing twice as many food baskets compared to 2 years ago. That food bank is making miracles, but they still don't know how they're going to manage to get through the next few months. That's the result of the Bloc Liberal coalition. If you vote for the Bloc Québécois, you'll pay a steep price. Will this Prime Minister finally listen and ask the tax to enable families to finally have enough to eat, especially at Christmas, Madam Speaker? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. And I'm glad she also mentioned La Boucherie Généreuse in Quebec City, an organization that I know very well, and which is also wondering how the Conservatives can stand against the Canada Child Benefit, which every month reduces child poverty by 40% in the Quebec City region, and which helps almost 400,000 children throughout the country. How can the Conservatives really say that they care about poverty when they're actually voting against what Moisson Kamouraska, La Boucherie Généreuse, and organizations like them are trying to reduce child poverty?
Madam Speaker, yesterday, Empire Foods, one of Canada's largest grocers, stated that its suppliers were still passing along price increases above the rate of inflation. As costs go up for Canadian farmers and food processors, they have a choice to make: increase prices or go out of business. After 8 years, Canadians have a bad taste of what's in store. When you tax the farmer more and tax the trucker more, Canadians pay more. When will this Prime Minister pull his head out of the sand and acknowledge this carbon tax is the root of food inflation in Canada?
Yeah, bravo! The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Quite the statement from the member opposite, who in the past has voted to not go ahead with tax cuts for the middle class, who's voted against the Canada Child Benefit. Just a few days ago, they voted against more homes being built, Madam Speaker. They voted against, in fact, shelter spaces for women and children who are trying to escape domestic violence. It is true, of course, that Canadians are going through a difficult time. We need to continue to be there for them with supports. The Canada Child Benefit I mentioned, the Canada Dental Benefit, daycare, support services, all of that is there and we'll continue that support, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member of Calgary Centre.
We voted 134 times last week to show this government they had a lack of confidence from the Canadian people. But Canadians are responding to food inflation in two ways, Madam Speaker: buying less nutritious food and lining up for food banks. Reliance on food banks is at all-time highs. Worst to come, this NDP Liberal coalition is committed to quadrupling the carbon tax on Canadian farmers.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Again, there's a lot of individuals who seem to want to contribute, and then it's not time to contribute. So I'm going to get the honourable member to repeat his question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We voted 134 times last week to throw this government out in confidence measures.
Yes.
Canadians are responding to food inflation in two ways: buying less nutritious food or lining up at food banks. Reliance on food banks is at record highs. Worst to come, this NDP Liberal coalition is committed to quadrupling the cost on carbon tax on Canadian farmers. That means that those who can afford it the least will be punished the most. It's obvious this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. There are two options here. Will the government exempt Canadian farmers from the carbon tax, or should Canada import more non-taxed foreign food?
Well done. Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to point out that that stunt, that overnight filibuster that the member pointed out, cost taxpayers $2 million. So as he preaches about fiscal responsibility, it's a little bit tough to stomach. Madam Speaker, the food report that he references actually said explicitly, and let me quote, "It is misleading to suggest that carbon pricing policies are affecting food prices." Moreover, Mr. Speaker, Trevor Thome said last week, if we got rid of the carbon tax and rebate, then this would harm a much larger fraction of lower and middle income households than it would higher income households. Madam Speaker, the Conservatives are making it very clear who they're standing for. It's big oil and execs and the wealthiest Canadians.
The honourable member for Sherwood Parkford, Saskatchewan.
Twas the night before Christmas when the members across doubled down on their plan to keep raising the cost. They set out to do it by taxing the carbon on the hardworking people who do all the farming. This dastardly plan to make our farmers poor was almost disrupted by C-234, but the time is coming for a bigger course correction when Conservatives bring home the carbon tax election. After 8 years, we've gone from feasting to scrap, so for Christmas, will they finally axe the tax?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire pour le ministre de l'Agriculture et d'Agroalimentaire.
Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate him on the great performance, but I'm going to remind him that grain farmers are, every time they come to Ottawa, they ask for new markets. And the Conservatives had a choice last week. They had a choice to support grain farmers and support the Agricultural Bureau in Manila to support the Indo-Pacific strategy. They voted against it. They had a choice, and they voted against this. On this side of the House, we don't not only walk the walk, but we support our farmers.
That's right.
Again, I just want to remind members that if they don't have the floor, they shouldn't be yelling out or heckling or anything. The honourable member for Sherwood Parkford, Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, farmers do not like their carbon tax plan. They do not like their pipeline ban. They do not like it here or there. They do not think it's just or fair. It taxes the food the farmer grows. It taxes the tractor when he mows. It taxes the food as it gets trucked. It taxes the people as they get squeezed. Liberal policies are breaking our backs. So when will they finally axe the tax?
The honourable minister.
Madam Speaker, I think what Dr. Zeus is actually concerned about is food security. And food security is actually relevant to that member and the people that he represents in Alberta, because they know, those good Ukrainian Canadians in Alberta know, that Ukraine represents the breadbasket of the world. But you know it's not just Ukrainian Canadians that are disappointed in that member and his caucus. It's Polish Canadians, it's Baltic Canadians, it's every Eastern European person who stands against the authoritarianism of Vladimir Putin. That member has been noted for his combating communist authoritarianism. Where was he last week when we voted on that?
Order. L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. We now know how the Google money is going to be split up. Out of $100 million in the agreement, $30 million will be used for electronic media, $7 million for CBC, and the rest for print media. That is not going to fix the media crisis. Not for newspaper, not for TV or radio, not at all. And $7 million for CBC? Really? Every dollar counts and could help to save a local or regional newspaper or radio station. So will the Minister of Heritage ask CBC to not reach into that too small cookie jar?
Climate change?
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's question. Last month, we announced a historic agreement with Google. It will be paying our journalists for their important work. That agreement will enable newsrooms to continue producing local content for their communities. We know that all media are in a crisis, and we are doing our part so they can continue informing Canadians throughout the country. The Honourable Member. Well, if the government were able to promise that the $7 million would enable Radio-Canada to rehire the 600 people laid off, we might reconsider. But $7 million, while it may be just a drop in the ocean for public media, it's a colossal amount for our small local media. We could easily recuperate $7 million by canceling Christmas bonuses for the Friends of Catherine Tate or 1 or 2 trips to Australia. Will the government guarantee that CBC will not try to get money from the fund? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thanks again, Madam Speaker. We know that the Conservatives do not value journalists' work, but that's not the case for us. More than 500 newsrooms have had to close over the last 10 years. And that is why we brought in the Online News Act in order to create a fairer environment for journalists versus the web giants. We are at the final stage of C18. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Madam Speaker, after 8 years, the NDP Liberal government has driven up the cost of food for everyone. Canadians know that when you slap a carbon tax on a farmer and then a trucker, these added costs are going to be paid by consumers. Anthony, a dairy farmer in Saskatoon, is currently paying $55,000 every year in carbon tax. It is clear for dairy farmers that this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. Does the Prime Minister want Anthony to raise prices on consumers, or does he want him to cut production so Canadians are forced to buy dairy from polluting foreign countries?
Parlementaire pour le ministre de l'Agriculture et de l'Agroalimentaire.
Madam Speaker, it is Christmas season, and I actually want to thank all the farmers who are providing food for Canadians. But the Honourable Member is not telling his constituent and his dairy farmers that last week he had a choice. He had a choice to support dairy farmers and all supply managed sector, and he voted against dairy farmers. He voted against the poultry sector. He voted against the turkey sector. Madam Speaker, the Conservatives love to talk, but when it actually comes to supporting dairy farmers and the supply managed sector, they're nowhere to be found.
That's right.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Madam Speaker, Canadians do not have confidence in this government, and I'm proud to say that our party voted non-confidence in this government 135 times. Madam Speaker, it gets worse. Instead of supporting Bill C-234 to reduce the cost of food by removing the carbon tax on farmers, this NDP Liberal government is going to quadruple the carbon tax. This will balloon Anthony's carbon tax bill from $55,000 to $220,000 every year. This is guaranteed to increase the price of dairy for Canadian consumers. Madam Speaker, what does the Prime Minister want Anthony to do? To raise prices or cut production and force Canadians to import dairy from polluting foreign farms?
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question. I see the enthusiasm they have on a particular bill on the other side. I don't hear them as loud for supporting C-282, a bill that we unanimously supported on this side of the House that supports supply managed. Where is that member's support for C-282 that's on the other side of the House, which supply managed sector dairy farmers, turkey farmers, the egg farmers, and the chicken farmers are all asking us to support? Where is that member in that party's caucus support for C-282? That's right.
The Honourable Member for Portage-Lister.
Madam Speaker, this Prime Minister's carbon tax is taking direct aim at Canadian farmers and hitting our grocery prices. This Liberal government doesn't know Jack, who's a grain farmer from southern Manitoba, who's paying $6,000 in carbon taxes on his most recent bill. And when this Liberal government quadruples their punishing carbon tax, he'll be paying $24,000 in a single month. How will the Prime Minister advise that Jack pays that $24,000? Will he be raising prices on Canadians, or should Jack cut back on production, or should Canadians be forced to import more polluted foreign food from foreign farms?
Honourable Minister.
Portage Lisgar should be embarrassed and he should be ashamed of himself. Last weekend, during the temper tantrum, he voted against Prairies Can, an initiative, an organization that has invested millions of dollars in Portage Lisgar. He voted against them. He voted against the Human Rights Museum, Canada's only major national museum in Western Canada. He voted against Ukrainian Immigrant Settlement Services in Manitoba. He should be ashamed.
The honourable member for Portage Lisgar.
Madam Speaker, I am so proud and my constituents are extremely happy that I voted non-confidence against this government 135 times last week. And it's become clear after 8 years that this Prime Minister is simply not worth the cost. Certainly not to Jim in my riding, who's paying $5,000 a month to heat his poultry barn, and this NDP Liberal coalition is planning on quadrupling that, costing him $20,000 a month. So how do they expect Jim to pay that $20,000 a month? Is he going to cut back on production, raise prices for Canadians, or are we going to be forced to import food from more polluting foreign farms?
Yeah. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As members of Parliament, we are representatives of the constituents in our ridings, and they send us to Ottawa with one very important job, and that's to vote on government policies and programs. Yeah. And last week, the Conservatives voted on over 120 items that Canadians depend on. And that member and all the members of the Conservative Party voted against farmers. They voted against supporting supply-managed sectors like poultry, dairy, ag, and turkey. And they need to stand accountable for the fact that they stand against farmers and they stand against our agricultural sector. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, it's getting a little loud again. I'm not sure if people are forgetting where they are, but the honourable for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, everyone deserves to know that they'll make it home safely at the end of the day. Weather stations in North Island Powell River are vital to this, but poor upkeep and underfunding by both the Liberals and Conservative governments have left our weather stations in ruins. We need real action now to fix this problem. Will the government make sure these weather stations are working or continue to neglect the maintenance of infrastructure people rely on for safety?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate the advocacy from the member opposite, who I know recognizes that in modern times, the incidences of extreme weather events happen more frequently because of climate change, and we have an obligation to ensure that the data and the reporting from those weather stations is up to date and fully functional. And that has a direct impact on the safety of our neighbors, particularly during the winter months and particularly when folks are traveling. So I sincerely appreciate the question from the member, and I'd be happy to touch base after question period with the member to discuss how we can make sure that Canadians stay safe over the holidays.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
In 2019, I put forward a motion for a national suicide prevention strategy, and it received all-party support. But since that time, the Liberals have broken their promise to deliver the Canada Mental Health Transfer to the provinces. But I am really concerned that this past week, the Conservative Party voted against the National Suicide Prevention Hotline, as well as voting against clean water on reserves. That would have a huge impact in my region. So we now know the Conservative leader would break any promise on mental health. But I want to know, will the Liberals finally commit to implementing the full national suicide prevention strategy so that people are not playing political games on such important issues as mental health and suicide prevention?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It is so important question. In fact, I totally agree with him. On a commencé cette stratégie.
We started that strategy. We continued the strategy by implementing on November 30th the 988 line, the suicide prevention hotline, which has been very successful so far. The line received calls in its first hours. People are well trained and ready to help Canadians in their difficult moments.
Madam Speaker, our government is unwavering in our support for Ukraine, but there are troubling signs internationally and in this House. This week, President Zelensky urged American politicians not to succumb to far-right, MAGA-inspired plans to abandon Ukraine. Unfortunately, we are fighting the same fight here in Canada, with Conservatives voting against the Free Trade Agreement, voting against Operation Unifier, and against military aid for Ukraine. This week, Vladimir Putin said that Western support for Ukraine is waning and that he will win the war. The situation is dire for all of us. Can the Parliamentary Secretary share with Canadians what we're doing to support the Ukrainian people in their fight for their own survival, for global security, and for Canada's security?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you to the member for Etobicoke Centre for his tireless advocacy. Earlier this week, President Biden urged Republicans not to give Vladimir Putin an early Christmas gift and abandon Ukraine. Well, it looks like Christmas came early for the mega-inspired Conservatives right here in Canada. While they're busy voting against trade, against Ukraine, we will not waver. At the International Trade Committee, we heard directly from industry groups, the UCC, and the Ambassador of Ukraine, who supports this modernized trade agreement. I hope our colleagues across the way will take some time over the holidays to reflect, come to their senses, and support this trade agreement with Ukraine.
Honourable Member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Rocky Ridge Turkey Farm in Langley just received their heating bill, $3,000, and shockingly, a quarter of it is carbon tax. And when it quadruples, Farmer Steve's heating bill is going to be 60% carbon tax. It's ridiculous. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, it is clear that the Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. So what's his advice to Farmer Steve? Is it to raise prices on Canadians, or is it to cut production so that Canadians are forced to import food from foreign polluting farms?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Agriculture and Agri-Food.
And I actually want to thank the turkey farmers who are doing an amazing job of providing turkeys for all of us during Christmas. But the one thing that the entire supply managed sector is asking of us is to support C-282. And I know that that caucus is split, but our caucus is unified in terms of supporting our dairy farmers, our turkey farmers, our egg farmers, our chicken farmers. Where's that member support and where's that caucus support for Bill C-282 in the other chamber?
The Honourable Member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Well, where's the support from the Liberals for Common Sense Bill C-234, which they rejected? A common sense solution to tackling food inflation. Why did this Prime Minister reject supporting Canadian farmers and the citizens who rely on them for a good, safe, affordable food supply?
The Honourable Minister.
What I want for Christmas is for that member of the Justice Committee and his colleagues to end their antics and stop playing with people's lives. I'm talking about David and Joyce Milgaard's law. That's a law that will change the way we address wrongful convictions and end systemic discrimination. Reversing a wrongful conviction should never be a partisan matter. But filibusters by that member and his colleagues at the committee has made it exactly that. These delays mean that potentially wrongfully convicted people, like Indigenous people and Black people languishing in our prisons, will just languish a little longer. That's reprehensible behavior, Madam Speaker, and that needs to be corrected immediately.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Madam Speaker, places of worship in Edmonton have always helped with food hampers for those in need, regardless of their faith. Now, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, they are seeing record increases of those seeking help. So what's the government's solution? More carbon taxes. One church alone in my riding is facing a bill of $30,000 in carbon taxes this year alone. Government's probably not aware, but they can't pass those costs on to their congregants. So when will this government axe the tax so places of faith can have more to give to families in need?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think it's essential that we be straight with people who are going through difficult times. That those difficult times are felt all over the world. And the fact that Canada is doing better than just about any other country in the world is cold comfort to people who are suffering. But what they need is solutions. Solutions like dental care, so that seniors can get the dental care that they need, that 1 million children can get the dental care they need. But of course, the Conservatives voted against it. And so what they do by trying, it's really about not taking action on climate and cutting support for vulnerable people. That's really what this is about, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Pardon. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Speaker. After 8 years, the costly Bloc Liberal coalition wants to drastically increase the carbon tax, which will drive up the price of all food. They are so out of touch with reality. It costs a lot to vote Bloc. 12,500 requests per month. That is the rate of food bank use in my region. According to the organization Marie Champagne of Moisson in Beauce, that's an increase of 82% over the past few years, and more than a third of these requests are for children. Will the Prime Minister follow our common sense plan to eliminate inflationary taxes and deficits so that Canadians can eat this Christmas?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Conservatives are constantly talking about the price on pollution. Well, there are a few things that are very clear. Pollution does exist, climate change does exist, and carbon pricing and pollution pricing will contribute to reducing emissions. The Conservatives are no longer welcome in the Magdalen Islands, and they won't visit the Plains of Abraham either because they voted against the Plains of Abraham. They voted against they're against the Festival of Saint-Tite, but they might be able to visit Bay Saint Paul, where there was a catastrophic event, a disaster, a flood a few weeks ago that destroyed tons of businesses and homes. Can the member send his climate-denying leader to Bay Saint Paul to understand that climate change does exist? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The federal government has one last chance before the Christmas holidays to avert a wave of small and medium enterprise bankruptcies. The government must extend the January 18th deadline for repayment of the emergency account without loss of subsidy. At a time when inflation is eating into families' Christmas shopping budgets, at a time when restaurant patronage is down by 20% and bankruptcies have risen 81% since last year, the survival of our main streets and the survival of our small local businesses is at stake. Will the federal government finally please extend the deadline to allow our SMEs to get through the winter?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Small Businesses.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The CEBA program provided unprecedented support to nearly 900,000 small businesses and helped keep them open, their doors open and their lights on. Last year, our government already extended the forgiveness qualification deadline by 1 year to the end of this year. We know that times are still tough, Madam Speaker, and that's why our government extended the full loan for another year, Madam Speaker. We are going to continue to listen to small businesses throughout this time, and we're going to continue to have their backs, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, according to Statistics Canada, over 98,000 SMEs don't know whether they will have the cash to repay the emergency account or whether they will have access to the credit that they need. There are 98,000 businesses in limbo. It's not just SMEs that need reassurance before the holidays. It's hundreds of thousands of workers, too. The January 18th deadline is a sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of all of these people. Will the government postpone the deadline to reassure these people that they will not lose their jobs right after the holidays?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, that is why we are offering additional flexibilities for small businesses to repay their CEBA loans. This includes a full 1-year extension on the term loan repayment deadline, more flexibility on refinancing, and more time to access the loan forgiveness, which is both a balanced and fiscally responsible approach. We know that times are tough, which is why our government will also be cutting taxes for growing small businesses and lowering their credit card fees by up to a quarter, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, the Liberals' billion-dollar green slush fund is mired in corruption. Tens of millions of taxpayers' dollars have been funneled to companies that board members have an interest in. And yesterday at the Industry Committee, the former chair dismissed this corruption as the normal course of business. In other words, it's business as usual. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, can the minister explain why corruption and self-dealing are business as usual?
Well done.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's be clear. As soon as we found out about these alleged allegations, the Department of ISED acted quickly. Minister of Innovation has already accepted the resignation of CEO and Chair. We take these allegations extremely seriously, which is why we're following proper due diligence. Our government is committed to ensure that organizations which receive federal funding adhere to the highest standards of governance. We are committed to get to the bottom of these allegations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, according to the whistleblower, more than $150 million has been misappropriated by Liberal insiders at the Green Slush Fund. And yet, incredibly, the minister continues to stand behind the board, a board that has engaged in self-dealing to the tune of tens of millions of dollars. This is scandalous. It begs the question, what does the minister know? When did he know about it? And who is he protecting?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, Madam Speaker, of course, the member opposite knows this agency was created 20 years ago. It operates at arm's length, and I'm not sure what the member is saying. Is he saying that if they were in government, that he would actually be interfering and managing the organization, or is he saying that if he saw malfeasance, that he would do what we did, which is to call in immediately those to review what's occurred? Because what this is really about is them being against taking action on climate change and being beholden to a base that has MAGA values.
So again, order. The honourable member knows full well that if he has other questions, he can ask for a late show to expand on his question today. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Madam Speaker, after 8 long years of this NDP Liberal government, we know that they're just not worth the cost. We have this government's billion-dollar green slush fund, and what do we have following that? Over $150 million that appears to have been criminally misappropriated. Rather than word salad explanations of, we're investigating, we can say this: there's an Auditor General investigation. There's an ethics commissioner, or there's an ethics investigation times 2. Why won't they just call in the RCMP?
The Honourable Minister. Oh, no. Parliamentary Secretary. Not the Honourable Minister. I got it.
Minister. Merry Christmas, Madam Speaker. I hope you have a wonderful holidays. Listen, as we go away, we know that Canadians have had a hard year. We know that we've suffered with global inflation. We've had troubles with war in Ukraine and elsewhere. We've had, of course, the after effects of the pandemic and climate change. But despite that, I think Canadians can feel good about the fact that we still have the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7, and that we have lifted millions of Canadians out of poverty. We have done that by investing in programs like healthcare, like dental care, like the CCB, like $10 a day childcare, like retirement security, and like investments in communities like the Jewish Centre for Greater Vancouver, all investments that
the honourable member for Egmont.
Madam Speaker, Atlantic Canada has had its fair share of challenges over the past 3 years. A deadly hurricane, natural disasters, and a global pandemic have left Atlantic Canadians wondering what the future holds. Can the Minister of Rural Development, Anna Coa, outline for the people in my Egmont riding what our government is doing to help Atlantic Canada recover, rebuild, and thrive?
Well done.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Egmont, who's a strong voice for PEI and for Atlantic. Down east, we have a saying. It's called Tory times or tough times. And man, last week the Conservatives reminded us why, because they voted against funding to help us rebuild from Hurricane Fiona. They voted against funding for small businesses to grow and create good jobs. They voted against support for our manufacturers and our farmers, and they voted against funding to support Marine Atlantic, which is a vital service a ferry service between Newfoundland and Nova Scotia. 'Tis a season of colourful lights, Madam Speaker, but last week they showed us their true colours. Just when Harper was in charge, they continue to treat Atlantic Canada as...
The honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
After 8 years, Beijing-backed raiding of Canadian resources is at an all-time high. First, they got this Prime Minister to fast-track the sale of neolithium. Now they're working on a deal to buy critical minerals in the Northwest Territories through acquiring vital minerals. Yesterday, the Industry Committee passed a motion calling on the minister to invoke the Investment Canada Act to protect this critical Canadian resource. Will the minister listen to this committee and review this deal today?
Bravo. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, our government has been clear we will always welcome foreign investments and trade that encourages economic growth, innovation, and employment opportunities in Canada. We know that economic security is national security. This bill, which will amend the ICA, brings forward improvements so our government can act more quickly when required. We'll continue to ensure Canada's prosperity while acting decisively to protect our national and economic security. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
They can act today. They need to act today. You can really see where this Prime Minister's heart lies with that non-answer. Not with Canadian resources, not with Canadians, but with his love for Beijing's basic dictatorship. The same love that put 3 other Canadian lithium companies at risk of CCP takeover, and now our only rare earth mining company. Will the minister do the right thing, put Canadians first, and invoke the Investment Canada Act today?
Yay! Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the Investment Canada Act provides for the review of the most significant investments by non-Canadians to ensure their likely net benefit to the Canadian economy. All investments, no matter their value, are subject to a national security review under the Investment Canada Act. Therefore, the acquisitions of a Canadian company by a foreign company would be subject to a review under the ICA. Due to the confidentiality provisions of the Act, we cannot comment further on this very concern that the member had. Thank you.
The honourable for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, after 8 years, Canadians know higher food prices are this NDP Liberal coalition's official policy. Bob and Pat down in Douglas just paid $170 in carbon taxes on their propane bill to dry their corn. Now, Bob and Pat cannot pass this carbon tax on to customers. They have to take the market rate. Bob and Pat absorb all the taxes. Will the Prime Minister tell Bob and Pat by how much they have to cut food production in order to stay alive?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of military families across Canada whose loved one deployed as part of Op Unifier to help strengthen Ukraine, I am ashamed that the member opposite, coming from Pembroke, actually voted against, with every Conservative across the way, against funding for Op Unifier and military families. Our children, our family members deployed overseas to support Ukraine, and not one of them supported it. Thank you.
The honourable member Calgary Skyview.
Madam Speaker, the world has experienced its warmest year ever, with Canadians facing devastating and deadly wildfires. At COP28, Canada advocated to secure ambitious outcomes to keep the Paris Agreement goal of limiting warming to 1.5 degrees within reach. With the support of a strong and diverse Canadian delegation, the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change was proud to represent Canada at this important conference. Can the Parliamentary Secretary inform this House on the work Canada has done?
Excellent question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable and hardworking colleague for his question, but also for his commitment to climate action, Madam Speaker. COP28 was a remarkable meeting, Madam Speaker, where the world came together to commit to lowering our reliance on fossil fuels drastically, in fact, phasing them out, and a commitment to triple renewable energy. And at the same time, Madam Speaker, our government committed to an oil and gas emissions cap, Madam Speaker, and lowering our oil and gas emissions by 75%. We also committed to bringing forth legislation for nature protection in 2024. Madam Speaker, Canadians can continue to rely on Liberals to be champions for the environment and climate change here in Canada and abroad.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
The Liberals are putting our coast and Indigenous communities at risk. After spending $31 billion on the TMX pipeline, the Liberals are pushing almost 900,000 barrels of oil through unceded territorial waters of Pacheedaht First Nation. And now the Liberals stopped any discussions with the Pacheedaht First Nation about creating a marine safety center nearby. Why does the minister have no issue handing billions to oil and gas, but can't spend on basic protections for Indigenous communities?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Madam Speaker, reconciliation is always at the center of the work that we do, and we take it very seriously. I want to make sure that we can underline that fact. When it comes to protecting our lands and including the voices of Indigenous peoples, we take that very seriously, and it is at the center of the work that we do. I thank the member opposite for raising her concerns, but we will always be standing for a viable and strong natural resources sector that includes all voices as we move forward.
Good job. Good job.
And that brings us to the end of question period. I do want to first, before we go to point of orders, I do want to just, and before everybody leaves, I just want to wish everybody a very Merry Christmas, safe travels. Want to thank the clerks and the pages and everyone that helps us here on the Hill to make sure that it functions well and that we're able to do our work. And I, of course, want to thank the good people of Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, and the fact that I became a grandma this morning as well. So. Again, yes, work done. So it'll be a great Christmas. I have a point of order. The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Is that a point, Speaker? And congratulations on becoming a grandmother. It's a beautiful thing. There have been consultations, and I hope that if you seek it, you will find consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the remainder of the debate pursuant to Standing Order 66 on motion number 45 to concur in the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Finance will be deemed to have taken place, the question been deemed put, and a recorded division be deemed requested and deferred pursuant to Standing Order 66(2). Thank you.
I'm already hearing some no's, so therefore it is not approved. We have another point of order. The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Recently at the Human Resources Committee, at the HUMA Committee, we had testimony from the CEO of the Central Okanagan Food Bank, who stated that they're expecting an additional 100% increase in food bank usage over the next 3 to 4 months. So
no, is the honourable member trying to table documents, or is she looking for a motion?
I'm sure you'll find unanimous consent to take.
No, there is already not unanimous consent. Again, on the unanimous consent motions, I just want to remind members that they really need to have conversations with each of the party's leaders, House leaders, and then we can maybe be able to move these motions along as long as we have unanimous consent. Is this all points of orders? Yes? The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, we just received news that the Calgary Food Bank has doubled its number of veterans that are coming in for helping food. I'd request that I can table this report, this very important report about our veterans.
No, I'm already hearing no's. No, not willing to table the report. The honourable member Saskatoon Grasswood.
Madam Speaker, yesterday in committee, the Environment Minister admitted to bullying 6 senators trying to gut Bill C-234. Can you imagine that?
Honourable member, is this a motion, or then it's a part of debate? So the honourable member can raise that during debates. The honourable member for King Vaughan. King Vaughan,
yeah,
yes.
You got it right. Congratulations on becoming a grandmother. You'll be able to spoil that beautiful little baby. If you seek it, Madam Speaker, I hope... I haven't even said it yet. Give me a break. If you seek it, Madam Speaker, I hope you will find unanimous consent for the following motion.
I just mentioned about the unanimous consent motion, so obviously there hasn't been consultation with the other members of the other parties, or the honourable member's already been told that she wouldn't get unanimous consent. So I just want to remind members that needs to happen, and it hasn't happened, so the honourable members have already said no to any unanimous consent motion. The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Congratulations, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on with respect to the newly elected Premier from Northwest Territories, R.J. Simpson, who's asked for a carve-out from this government's penalizing carbon tax.
Is this a motion again?
I believe you'll find
there's not unanimous consent. I'm already hearing no's. Is this another point of order? The honourable member for, just a second here, I'm drawing a blank, Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to point out that I was in the committee meeting that the members opposite referred to when he stood, and what he said was in fact factually incorrect.
Yeah, though, I mean, you know, what's happening at committee I can't really weigh on as a speaker, and this is a point of debate. L'honorable...
The honourable member for Mégontic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you know, the points of order can be raised after question period during what was said during that time. And during question period, there was a mention of a 27% increase in Quebec, which is, if members... Madam Speaker, what's your point of order about? I would like to ask for a leave to table documents. No, there is no consent for that.
For Portage-Lisker has a point of order.
Point of order. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and congratulations on the birth of your recent grandchild. And I'd also like to wish my honourable colleague across the way, the House Leader, a good next month as she heads into her birth. And as somebody that's having a child in early January with a very similar due date, I can commend you for the work you're doing at 8 months pregnant in this House. But I rise today on a fairly urgent matter, as it has come to light very recently that Canadian families will be paying $700 more on groceries next year, and I would seek unanimous consent to table the Canada's food price.
Table documents, or is this a motion?
For unanimous consent to table.
Well, there's already individuals saying no. We'll be able to. Again, if you can go and have those conversations before coming to the House, it'll be a lot easier. The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Coming out of question period, 133.
Order. I have a point of order here. I'd like to hear it.
Coming out of question period, 133 Ontario chiefs have taken the federal government to court over what they are calling a discriminatory carbon tax. I'd like unanimous consent to table this document.
There's no unanimous consent to table the document. Okay, another point of order? It must be Christmas coming along. All these points of order are just gifts. The honourable member for Sherwood Parkport, Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It is the season of hope. So just despite past experience, I am hopeful that there will be agreement to table the results of the vote on...
There is no agreement. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay has also a point of order. I hope this is a real point of order. That's acceptable?
Absolutely. I'm sure you'll get all party unanimous support. So thank you, Speaker, for your excellent work this morning and for the people on the table. I certainly think we all support...
I'm sorry, again, we don't have unanimous consent, and I had a hard time hearing the member to see what he was looking for unanimous consent for, but we already heard no, so at this point in time, we're just going to keep going. Okay. Oh. I
have the honor to tell the House that the Senate has sent a message saying that it has adopted the following bill, C-60, which provides credit for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2024.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence, I believe.
Emergency Preparedness.
Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 11 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Introduction of, or tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motion.
Mr. Scheer, appuyé par
Mr. Scheer, seconded by Ms. Roberts, proposes that the House decides that it has no longer confidence in its Speaker and therefore directs that Mr. Scheer, seconded by Mr. Bertod, proposes that the House decide that it no longer has confidence in its Speaker and orders that
effective immediately before the hour of meeting on the second sitting day following the adoption of this resolution, and B, as the first order of business at the second sitting day, an election of the Speaker be held pursuant to Standing Order 2.2. Debate. The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This has been a difficult few weeks for the House and for the office of the Speaker. A lot has been said. We've had a debate on a privileged motion here in the House, and we've had extensive meetings at Procedure and House Affairs studying the blatant displays of partisanship that the current Speaker has engaged in, and the fact that all members of this House have...
I do have a point of order. The Honourable Minister.
For interrupting, I'll be very fast. Madam Speaker, I am tabling the government's responses to questions number 1957 to 1967. Thank you.
The Honourable Official Opposition Deputy House Leader resuming debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was just about to say that we've discussed this matter at some length, both in a privilege motion here in the House and at extensive meetings at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. And so I'll just do a very quick recap of how we got here. Of course, the current Speaker comes into the chair after a history of hyper-partisanship, including roles at the executive level of the Liberal Party, Youth Party President, Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. He was often engaged at partisan filibusters at committee, blocking investigations into corruption at the highest levels of this current government. We all remember that he was one of the first to rise to his feet when a member of the NDP was physically assaulted in this chamber by the Prime Minister, and actually accused that NDP MP of exaggerating her injuries. Something that took all of us by surprise here in this House, and was a very, what I believe, a very shameful display of defense of a Prime Minister who had clearly broken one of the most fundamental rules of decency, which is not to physically assault each other in this chamber. After his election, members of the official opposition were willing to respect the decision of the House and to give him the benefit of the doubt. But a few days ago, we saw a video of the Speaker in his robes, filmed in his office, congratulating a sitting Liberal member of Parliament, provincial Parliament, praising that individual and participating in a Liberal election convention. Now, if that wasn't bad enough, just a few days ago, news came to light that the Speaker attended a Liberal cocktail militant. That, I believe, translates into the English as a volunteer or an activist cocktail. Partisan networking or fundraising event. We have reports from people who were at that event, including the provincial member of Parliament, that indicated that funds were collected for the Liberal campaign war chest, a clear partisan activity. So it is for all those reasons that the official opposition believes that the Speaker cannot continue in this role and must do the right thing and put the integrity and impartiality of the House first and foremost. So, Madam Speaker, that's what we're seeking to do with this motion. We believe that it's best for the House and for the Speaker to resolve this very quickly. We believe the Speaker's chair should be vacated, that the current Speaker should step down, and if he won't do that, which clearly he's indicated he won't, this motion brings effect to that. It effectively orders the chair to be deemed vacant and a new election for Speaker to be held. The reason why this is important, why Canadians should care about this, is because in our system there are different kinds of checks and balances on the Prime Minister's personal authority. And one of those checks is the standing orders of this House, the rules of precedence, and the office of the Speaker, to ensure that even though one particular party may have a majority of the votes, or a political party in coalition with another party have an effective coalition government, that the opposition parties, the other parties, still have a way to scrutinize, to delay, to allow more debate and more transparency and accountability, and to propose alternatives. And when the Speaker cannot acquit himself or herself of their responsibilities in an impartial way, that helps erode that check on that power that the government has. So I'll just quickly roll through some of the reasons why the Speaker's apology was not sufficient. He claimed that the video for the convention was all a miscommunication. Well, we'll park that for a moment. Even if we were to not consider the Liberal convention that he participated in, on the afternoon of December 1st, he undertook an interview with Laura Stone of the Globe and Mail, in which he paid tribute to outgoing Ontario Liberal Party interim leader John Fraser in glowing terms, while referring to Mr. Fraser's work on behalf of our party. So calm, cool, collected, sat down, took an interview request with a reporter from a national newspaper, and offered opinions and comments on an active member of the provincial legislature, referring to that party as our party. So clearly displaying that partisan affiliation. We know that there was a discrepancy in terms of how, between the versions of events that the Speaker put forward and the version of events that came out of the Ontario Liberal Party as to the nature of the event, and the apology is just not sufficient. While the House was seized with this very issue, the Speaker went to Washington, D.C. during a sitting week, the middle of a sitting week, which in and of itself is a very, very unusual thing for a Speaker to do, on a pre-planned trip that he had booked while he was still a parliamentary secretary. And rather than delay that event or have an official delegation from our parliament, which is normal practice for speakers to take delegations to other parliaments, other legislatures to build on that parliamentary diplomacy. Rather than doing that, he just transferred the trip from his members of parliament budget onto his speaker budget and went ahead with the trip anyway. And again, on that trip, he talked about reliving his glory days as a young Liberal activist. Again, while the House is sitting, members on all sides of the House have to watch the Speaker talking up the Liberal Party of Canada, reliving those days. There's a reason why speakers avoid all partisan links when they take the chair. It is to give comfort to members of Parliament from other parties that they truly have put aside their partisan affiliation. The current Speaker hasn't been doing that from the time he took the chair, and he continues to display grave errors of judgment. Now, you can be partisan. There are lots of partisan all of us get elected to this place through a partisan banner. Many of us have long histories of activism in a movement. And even when we come here, some people choose to pour their efforts into the types of things, whether it's at committee or in the House, that absolutely defend your party, defend your team, and do all of those types of things. And there's nothing wrong with that. But those members of Parliament tend not to put themselves forward for Speaker. And certainly those members of Parliament tend not to be elected Speaker. But here we have a current Speaker with that past who has not respected the impartiality of the chair and has continued to put his partisan affiliation in front of the House on several occasions now. So for those reasons, Madam Speaker, I am moving the motion today. And I would really urge members of Parliament from all parties to reflect on this situation. I understand there'll be many Liberal members of Parliament that just have a knee-jerk reaction to defend their Liberal Speaker. And I know that there's clearly been some kind of deal offered with the NDP, as we have seen so often before. They put aside the interests of the members of their party and activists within their movement who want real change. And they trade that away for things that it's hard to tell what they get back. I look forward to hopefully one day being able to play poker with the House leader from the NDP or even the leader of the NDP, because I have a feeling that'd be a pretty good round for me, because it's unclear to see what they ever get out of all the water they carry for this government, all the defense they play for this government. And while Canadians are hurting and really seeking real change, the NDP have decided to prop up this government in almost every way, almost every day. And this current situation with the Speaker has clearly shown that they're not actually interested, they don't actually believe the things they say about the integrity of the office of the Speaker, the importance of Parliament. That is as phony as everything we hear from the Liberals. But I'm asking them to park that for a moment and just think about the damage that can be done in a short period of time by a Speaker that does not respect the impartiality and the important role that he plays in this House. And for the good of the institution, to allow this motion to come to a vote, to vote in favor of it, so that the House can have a new election, a fresh start with a Speaker that can make the determination between the roles and responsibility of a Member of Parliament once they put on the uniform and sit in that chair, and a hyper-partisan MP who has the right to do what he or she would like to do, to always defend their party and always attack their opponents, but to do that from a position back within the government benches. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Honourable Official Government Deputy House Leader. There we go. It's coming.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the member from Regina Capel's intervention today and his insight into this matter and asking us to genuinely consider this and to think. So I'd like to learn a little bit from him. If he has had that opportunity to be both Speaker and a non-speaker, and he understands probably better than most the relationship and the dynamic between the two. I know that yesterday he tweeted out an explanation as to why it was okay for him to attend a political campaign fundraising in his own riding, but suggested that it's okay to do it in one's own riding, but not outside of one's own riding. I'm wondering if he can just expand a little bit on that and inform us why it would be okay in your own riding, if you're the Speaker, but not another riding outside of your riding.
The Honourable Member, the Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
That's a great question. I appreciate the friendly question from the member from Kingston, because there is a very important difference, and it really does change the nature of it. Speakers have always had to run under party banners. Until the day comes where parties have a convention or agreement that we will not run candidates against the Speaker has to go into an election and has to have signs and pamphlets and organize volunteer meetings. And there's never been an expectation that a Speaker would cease partisan activities in that nature for their own re-election. Previous speakers have done that for decades. In fact, the previous speaker, the member for Nipissing-Temiskaming, did a government announcement in his riding for a government funding announcement. Nobody objected to that because it was clear that he was communicating to his own constituents, that he was talking about the work that he does as a member of Parliament and informing his constituents as to a government decision in his riding. We were aware of that the Speaker had made that announcement. But that did not offend members of Parliament because it wasn't his own riding. The same is true for partisan fundraising and activity. By the Speaker going to another riding's EDA and raising money for a political party is an offense to the other parties who will one day run candidates in that riding.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for his speech. We agree on some things, we disagree on others. Certainly agreed in referring this to Procedure and House Affairs Committee. Procedure and House Affairs Committee made a decision, brought it back to the House. And now it seems that Conservatives are saying, well, we wanted the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to examine this, but now we're just going to disregard the findings of that committee. I find that unfortunate. I also found his comments unnecessarily partisan, and this is unfortunate in this kind of debate. So the reality is this motion falls to the bottom of the government order paper in an hour. So we have an hour of discussion, and then it's right down to the bottom. Bill, in terms of priority, I don't know, 90, 80 or 90. Certainly we have anti-scab legislation. We have a whole variety of important legislation to consider. So he's aware of that. Given that we're going to have this debate for an hour and then it falls to the bottom of the government order paper, I want to cite to the member his own words, saying that commenting on the character or actions of the Speaker, for example, on an allegation of bias, could be taken by the House as breaches of privilege and punished accordingly. That was the member from Regina Capel as Speaker. So once we finish this debate, where it is appropriate to raise concerns that the Conservatives may have, will they undertake to abide by Speaker Regina Capel's own very clear direction to this House and stop with the criticism of the Speaker, because that would be inappropriate according to the member for Regina Capel?
Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Well, first of all, I'd say that it's not clear. We do not accept that this will just drop to become a government order. That's going to be a determination for the chair, and I'll have more to say on that in a few moments. As to why we're moving this motion after Proc studied the case, it's quite simple, and I'm surprised that the member doesn't understand this aspect of it. The Procedure and House Affairs Committee were to study the circumstances and recommend remedies. The House itself took a finding that the Speaker had undermined the impartiality of the chair. And the difference between Procedure and House Affairs recommending a remedy and everybody in this House having a vote on it is this. Every member of Parliament gets a vote when a Speaker is selected. Only members of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee had a say in that committee report. We believe that now that that study is done, that all members of Parliament should have a vote on whether or not the Speaker should stay in the chair. And that's the reason why we moved this motion. As to what happens next, of course, Conservatives will always follow the rules of decorum and order in this House.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the member for Regina Capel's interventions, because this is an area he knows well, both having served as a House Leader for the Opposition but also Speaker. When I heard of these instances that are unfortunately we've heard on fundraising and appearances at a provincial Liberal convention, Madam Speaker, I phoned someone who used to work for a speaker at the provincial level. And I asked to see if they had any prior experience in this kind of thing. And essentially said that that the one case that he was reminded of having served for a speaker is that particular speaker said, I'd like to attend a event for my party. It's a dinner. I will be going by myself, and essentially asked the opposition to make sure that everyone was comfortable with the speaker attending what would be a partisan event, even just as an individual MLA. So I'd just like to see if he knows if there's any kind of parallels at the federal level.
The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Well, I appreciate my colleague's question, and it just goes to show how a speaker should approach these types of questions, where if there's any doubt, if there's any semblance of a partisan link, they absolutely should think about that and take steps to make sure that it does not look like they are favoring one political party. And the example that he used of a speaker consulting with other parties to find out what they would, how they might react, is one way to do that, is one way to safeguard the impartiality of the chair. I know my predecessor, Speaker Milliken, would only go to his own Liberal Party Christmas, his own Liberal Christmas party, if he could also go to other Christmas parties as well for the other recognized parties, so that there was no sense that he was favoring his side or engaging in what is often a partisan event. We all get together, we bring in volunteers and activists and fundraisers from around the country to come and celebrate the holidays with us. And so those are the types of things that speakers would normally do. In my own riding, when I got invitations from my provincial counterparts, it was the easiest thing in the world. I just said no. It's just when my provincial counterparts said, hey, would you come to our dinner or our annual general meeting? I said, you know, I'd love to support you, but I'm the speaker. I can't be seen public like that. I got to say no to a lot of events for 4 years. It's relatively simple.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate the honourable member's comments, because a reputation manager will tell you that there can be a crack in a foundation, and you can fix that crack, but you're always going to look to where the crack was. And I guess the question, especially for members of the opposition, given that the speaker's background and his affiliations, what will they be looking for? If the speaker endures and continues on in the role, what signals will you be looking for that either establishes a non-biased, non-partisan view, or the contrary?
Needs to address questions and comments through the chair, not directly to the members. The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, we've made our position very clear. With the blatant displays of partisanship that we've seen over the last few weeks, it's just it would just be best for the House if the current Speaker went back to the government benches and went back to the partisan roles that he's clearly had in the past, and that he has clearly clouded his judgment going forward. I don't want to prejudge what will happen with this situation. Many members of Parliament have not expressed an opinion on this. I'm not sure what the outcome of this vote will be when it comes to when it finally comes to a vote. But it is our belief that for the good of the institution, for the good of the Speaker himself, for the good of the office that he holds, that he step down and allow someone else to take the position who can have a better idea of staying away from partisan activities.
Resuming debate, the honourable for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise today to speak to this motion. I would have thought that this issue would have been put to rest given the fact that we've spent a considerable amount of time on it. Nonetheless, Conservatives have chosen to once again bring it before the House. And I find that to be very unfortunate. I'll tell you why, for starters, Madam Speaker. Conservatives were never interested in asking the Speaker to resign until they saw it as a political opportunity. And we know that, Madam Speaker, because when the member from Regina Qu'Appelle first came into this House about 2 weeks ago to rise on a point of privilege regarding the matter, he didn't, in his entire point of privilege, ask for the Speaker to resign. He never did that once. As a matter of fact, it wasn't until the next party member spoke, which was a member from the Bloc, and they called on the Speaker to resign, that suddenly the member from Regina Qu'Appelle came flying back into the room and asking for the same demand from the Speaker to resign.
Order, the Honourable Official Opposition House Leader. As a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I meant to do this at the end of my remarks, but because the member for the House Leader for the, it's not a unanimous consent motion. It's a substantive argument on a point of order about how the House will treat this. So if the Chair will indulge me, it's not terribly lengthy, but it. Madam Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order concerning the management of the debate on this motion of non-confidence in the Speaker. It is my view that this motion should be treated as a privileged motion, thereby taking priority over the orders of the day. Such motions are rare in the Canadian House of Commons, but we do have some precedents to guide us. On May 28, 1956, Mr. Speaker Beaudoin, in a ruling found at page 645 of the journals, said, with respect to motions of censure against chair occupants, quote, we are talking about a very serious type of motion which is a preferred one, which is of a privileged character, and that is to challenge the conduct of an officer of the House, end quote. The following week, on June 4th, 1956, the Leader of the Opposition, George Drew, moved a censure motion concerning Mr. Speaker Beaudoin. The Prime Minister, Louis Saint Laurent, moved a motion to adjourn the debate, which was carried. The next day, the House simply resumed debate on the censure motion, as is what naturally occurs with an adjourned privileged debate, a debate which continued day to day until the House voted on June 8, 1956. In a subsequent case, on March 18, 1964, the Réellement Créditiste brought a motion of censure against Deputy Speaker Lucien Lamoureux, as he was then, which the House debated that day and simply resumed the next day until the House voted. Again, that is behavior consistent with the management of a privilege motion. Much more recently, on March 15, 2000, Deputy Speaker Peter Milliken, as he then was, said at page 4706 of the debates, in respect of a motion on notice concerning confidence in Mr. Speaker Perron, quote, until we get to motions, however, this is only a notice of motion, and the motion is not before the House. If it is put before the House, it will no doubt be a motion of great importance with a certain priority over other matters we may discuss, end quote. In that 2000 example, a review of the debates for both March 15th and 16th, 2000, and specifically concerning points of order related to government motions to proceed to the orders of the day, will reveal that all the parties appeared to be operating under the presumption that such a no-confidence motion would be treated as if it were a privilege motion. For example, on March 16th, 2000, a Thursday, Government House Leader Don Boudria spoke about his concerns about ensuring the opposition day scheduled for that sitting proceeded. To be clear, he was concerned about the day happening at all, not that it would be an abbreviated day starting after question period, following the usual interruption of routine proceedings at 2 p.m. For his part, the NDP House Leader Bill Blaikie offered this contribution, quote, rather than creating the impression that there is any anxiety about that debate, it would be better in terms of precedent, procedure, the relationship between the Chair and the House, the prerogatives of the House itself, and finally the perception of the Chair itself, to deal with this at the earliest possible moment, pursuant to the procedures that we have established for this. That is to allow us to go through routine proceedings. It will be inconvenient for all concerned, but democracy is sometimes inconvenient, as we found out to our sleep deprivation in the last few days, end quote. As I said, Madam Speaker, we have few precedents to guide us. Standing Order 1, however, does oblige us to look elsewhere for guidance in such circumstances. The United Kingdom's Erskine May, at page 348 of the 18th edition, offers this insight, quote, "The priority of a notice of motion or order of the day relating to a matter of privilege is not prejudiced by the fact that the day on which it is to be raised is a day on which, under an order of the House, government business has precedence," end quote. Under our own standing orders, government orders, of course, has precedence at certain times of every single sitting day, and as we know, privilege debates do take priority pursuant to Standing Order 48. In the Australian Senate, an elected body, Madam Speaker, a motion of this nature would have priority. According to Odger's Australian Senate Practice, 14th edition, at page 636, quote, While there are no special provisions in the Senate standing orders concerning censure motions, it is the usual practice for such motions to be accorded immediate precedence or for the debate to be adjourned to a later hour the same day," end quote. That situation where the standing orders make no special provision about motions to censure the Speaker is analogous to our own House. Finally, I would refer the Chair to the words of Joseph Reddick in his famous treatise, The Procedure of the House of Commons, at page 146 of Volume 2, about just what a rare event this type of motion is. Quote, "The rules prescribe that due notice of motion must be given that on some future day a vote of censure upon the Speaker will be moved. It need hardly be said that such an event is abnormal and happens but rarely, and that such a motion would only be acceded to by the House if the circumstances fully justified it. Something of this rarity, indeed something of this gravity, really ought to be, Madam Speaker, handled with priority, just as any privileged motion, because indeed it is. Therefore, I would respectfully submit that the debate on the non-confidence motion, if it does not come to a vote today, must continue until the ordinary hour of adjournment, unless, of course, members are ready to proceed to the vote." And so, Madam Speaker, I implore members, let's err on the side of safety. Let's allow this to come to a vote. Let's allow debate to collapse today, have it come to a vote, and then the House can move on with a decision that all members of Parliament have had a say in. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hear, hear.
On the point of order, the Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Madam Speaker, on the point of order, I think it's important to point out that what the opposition House Leader is trying to do is anticipate the outcome of the order that this House gave to Proc. And unfortunately, we haven't even had the opportunity to review that yet. This motion, in my opinion, should not fall under the same rules as a privilege motion based on that, and we need to let the chair properly rule on that, and I don't think that you have the ability to do that in such short time. So I would encourage you to proceed that we treat this as you would a regular motion.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby also has a point of order.
Yes, absolutely, Madam Chair. This has to be treated as a regular motion. As I mentioned earlier, it falls then to the bottom of the priority list in terms of government orders. And why? Well, because the member from Regina Capel chose this route. The question of privilege was raised in the House, and yes, it did have priority, and you'll recall, Madam Chair, that was the choice that the Conservatives made, to raise it as a question of privilege and a referral to Proc. We prioritized that whole debate. You'll recall, Madam Chair, we went all day on that debate because that's the direction that the Conservatives proposed. I certainly agreed with it. All members ultimately agreed with it. We referred that question of privilege to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, which was then given priority in terms of resources to report back to the House. And the fact that this House ordered Procedure and House Affairs to report back, Procedure and House Affairs has reported back to the House, and ultimately the House can make a decision based on a concurrence motion around the Proc report, means that because the Conservatives set in stone that route, that this House has to follow that process. And now the member from Regina Capel is saying, no, let's throw all out the window. I'm choosing another route. Procedurally, he knows that he's wrong. Procedurally, he knows that if he believes he made an error in the original question of privilege, that's something that at this point is irrelevant because the House has already pronounced on this and referred it to Proc, and Proc has referred it back within the deadline to the House itself. So the reality is, and the member from Regina Capel is well aware of this, as a result of his actions and what he proposed, we now have the opportunity as a House to consider the concurrence motion around the Procedure and House Affairs report that was mandated by this House. And that has to be certainly something that can be looked at in February if a party chooses to move a concurrence motion around that committee report. But to then say, well, no, we've got another priority, this is another question of privilege, I'm sorry, but I think it's fair to say that would be indulging the House in that repetition. If the Conservatives don't like the report, that's certainly something that they can comment on when the concurrence debate is triggered from the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. But to say that we're going to set up a completely different approach, I simply feel, and I think you would agree, Madam Speaker, that that would be inappropriate because the House has already voted on the question of privilege brought by the Conservatives, has already directed Procedure and House Affairs, and Procedure and House Affairs has already reported back. So the die is already cast.
The honourable, in second, I want to go to the honourable member, l'honorable député de Saint.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very quickly, among the Bloc Québécois, we agree with the arguments made by the leader of the official opposition, the House Leader, the member for Regina-Capelle. We agree that this motion should be a motion of parliamentary privilege and should be prioritized. Throughout the way, we've been debating the question of parliamentary privilege to send the issue to the Procedure Committee. And while that was happening, new events occurred which came out, events which are enough to justify that we not stick to what we did the first time. So we should maintain the question of privilege because this topic is very important, especially important, and it's a sensitive matter. It's important. The members of this House and the House should have confidence in the person in the chair leading this place, the person who ensures decorum in this House and ensuring the healthy conduct of debate. That person should not be the cause of distraction. And for these reasons, I support the arguments made by the member for Regina-Capelle to make this a question of parliamentary privilege.
The honourable official opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I certainly agree with the comments of the Bloc Member of Parliament who just had the floor. Absolutely. New information came to light both during the Procedure and House Affairs Committee and even on the day that it was tabled in this House. After all the work was done, after the report was written and tabled in this House, new information came to light. If one were to listen to the arguments of the NDP House Leader, which were devoid of any reference to previous practice, one would have to come to the conclusion that once Procedure and House Affairs was seized with the committee, there could be no other motion moved on the Speaker or regarding the Speaker. The fact of the matter is, this motion is in order. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to move it today. This is a motion of censure in the Speaker. Therefore, it rises to the level of being a privileged motion according to the precedents that I just listed. What happened before, what happened at Proc, doesn't affect the admissibility of this motion. It does not make this motion out of order. If it is in order, and it is a motion of censure on the Speaker, which it is, then it rises to the level of a privileged motion. The member from the NDP House Leader might not like that. He might wish that it happened all at once or in a different way, but that does not touch at all upon the admissibility of this motion or the nature of this motion. So for those reasons, Madam Chair, I urge the Speaker, or the Deputy Speaker, who may ultimately be ruling, to treat this as a privileged motion. If members prevent it from coming to a vote today by dragging out the debate, that we can revisit it on the next sitting day. That's what we're asking for, Madam Speaker.
I do want to thank all members for contributing to this debate on this motion, and I certainly will take all of this under advisement, and I plan to be back to the House shortly with my deliberation. Resuming debate, the honourable member for the honourable government House Deputy House Leader. There we go. I'm a little off right now.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'll get back to where I was. And where I was going with this, Madam Speaker, is that I could not think of a worse front person for this attack than the member from Regina-Capelle. Because I'm going to point out to you, Mr. Speaker, over the next 10 minutes or so, how not only has this individual, the member from Regina-Capelle, continually shown that he has a lack of regard for respecting the rules of this place, Elections Canada, and just about everywhere that he crosses paths with, I'm going to show you, Mr. Speaker, that he is extremely hypocritical and has committed the exact same offense that he is now, under the new information he's provided, accusing the member from Gatineau, the Speaker of committing. So I will show that to you. But, you know, I think it's important that we reflect on this a little bit, Madam Speaker. Let's go over, Mr. Speaker, let's go over some of the things that the member of Regina Capel has been involved in. In 2012, the Speaker's riding shifted cash to a Tory campaign in the robocall probe. And it's worse than that. So in the lead up to that election, when he would have been the Deputy Speaker, Elections Canada records suggest that this was the only Conservative riding association outside Guelph to transfer cash to Mr. Burke's campaign during the writ period. The member from Regina Capel was a Conservative member for the Saskatchewan riding since 2004, and it was only after the 2011 ballot that he was elected as Speaker of the House of Commons. Fair enough. But during this time, after he became Speaker, he had presided repeatedly over sharp exchanges in question period debates that have been dominated by the robocall affairs. So just think about this for a second, Mr. Speaker. The member from Regina Capel, the only riding association outside of Guelph who put money into Guelph for that robocall scandal that we all know so well about, became the Speaker that then got to preside over the debates. But trust me, that's just the tip of the iceberg, Mr. Speaker. It is also revealed, of course, and this was revealed in 2020, that the member from Regina Capel hired his sister while he was serving as a Speaker. And I could go on with the details of that, but we all know that story. The member from Regina Capel.
Point of order. The Honourable Member.
Allegation that the member has just made regarding the member's sister is completely false, verifiably false, and the member's misleading the House. He's misleading the House and should be called out accordingly. This is verifiably made up.
I must interrupt the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. That is a point of debate. The Honourable Member.
It was his sister-in-law. My apologies for that, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's also known that I'll just jump right to the really good stuff. So, as we discovered recently, Mr. Speaker, the member from Regina Capel is known to have held on Monday the 29th of 2015, while he was Speaker, he held the Regina Capel Conservative Association 9th Annual Skeet Shoot and Dinner. This was a fundraising event for his Conservative Riding Association in order to raise funds for the next election. He was Speaker at the time. Now, what you're going to hear from the member from Regina Capel is he's going to say, oh, well...
Appel au règlement, l'honorable député.
Point of order. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Indulge me briefly regarding Bill C-234. I hope that you'll find unanimous consent that at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment...
Je me dois d'interrompre l'honorable...
I must interrupt the Honourable Member. He does not have the unanimous consent of the House. The Honourable Deputy House Leader may continue his speech.
Dragging out my time, Mr. Speaker, is only going to put more of me between the way of that member and the NDP House Leader. So he's going to have to decide who he wants to hear from. But I'm going to jump to the good stuff here because, you know, in addition to the member from Regina Capel's fundraising event, he also, you know, would send out these very important Facebook messages on July 21st while he was still Speaker of the same year. Just 5 hours left. We've received tremendous support today, and we're over 2/3 the way there. But we still need your support. Just a $15 donation from our supporters on Facebook would put us over the top. Will you join us? Countless Facebook posts like this. The member from Regina Capel trying to raise money, also at his Scotch tasting and cigar event that he had in his riding. Now, the member from Regina Capel is going to tell you, Mr. Speaker, he's going to say, yeah, but that's different because I was the Speaker and this all happened in my riding. See, and he would agree. Great. So I would assume that the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, would also agree that if he was to do that outside of his riding, it would be inappropriate. Can I get a here for that? Ooh. I don't hear it coming, do I? No. So, Mr. Speaker, here's what the member from Regina Qu'Appelle said yesterday in a tweet while trying to defend his actions when it came to light that he had been involved in a fundraising activity in his riding. He said, the Speaker, referring to the current one, the Speaker attended a Liberal partisan event billed as a cocktail militant, which we now understand to be a volunteer appreciation event, and I appreciate him explaining that to me, for Liberal volunteers outside his own riding. Helping to drum up support for Liberals in other ridings is a major breach of impartiality. Remember those words. Helping to support others is a major breach of impartiality. It's totally unacceptable, he says. When I was a Speaker, the only fundraiser I attended was for my own riding. This is something all Speakers are allowed to do because they must run under a party banner and other parties run candidates against them. After seeing this tweet last night, I replied to the tweet and I encouraged the member from Regina Qu'Appelle to delete it because he was probably going to regret it when it came to light that that's not the case, that he participated in those same activities. So today I thought maybe the member from Regina Qu'Appelle has a little bit of a foggy memory. Maybe he wants to revisit this issue. So after he presented his motion today, I asked him, I said, okay, could you please tell us again why it's okay to occur in your riding when you're the Speaker, but not a riding outside of your riding? Because let's just consider what he's accusing the current Speaker of. He's accusing the current Speaker of going to the neighboring riding and participating in a volunteer appreciation event, by his own words, to the lower level, or I shouldn't say the lower level, the other level of government, the provincial level. That's all he was doing, volunteer appreciation, wasn't donating or anything. And I asked him that question. I said, why is it okay to do it in your own riding, but you shouldn't do it in other ridings? And he said, that's a great question. He's replying to my question now, Mr. Speaker. He said, that's a great question. I appreciate the friendly question from the member from Kingston because there's a very important difference and it really does change the nature of it. Speakers have always had to run under party banners until the day comes where parties have a convention or agreement that we will not run candidates against each other as Speaker. The Speaker has to go in an election and has to have signs and pamphlets and organize volunteer meetings. And there's never been an expectation that the Speaker would cease partisan activities of that nature in their own re-election. Previous Speakers have done that for decades. In fact, the previous Speaker, the member from Nipissing, Timiskaming, did a government announcement in his riding for a government-funded announcement. Nobody objected to that because it was clear that he was communicating to his own constituents that he was talking about the work that he does as a member of Parliament and informing the constituents as to the government's decision in his riding. We were aware that the Speaker had made the announcement, but it did not offend members of Parliament because it was in his own riding. Same is true for partisan fundraising and activity by the Speaker. Going to another riding's EDA and raising money for a political party is an offense to other parties who will one day run candidates there. So, the member from Regina Qu'Appelle has very clearly, in a tweet, in response to my question, articulated extremely well, Mr. Speaker, why it's so important that the Speaker only, according to him, participate in their own ridings events. You do know where this is going, don't you? Let's go back to May 7th of 2015, Mr. Speaker. The member from Regina, Wascana, who is now a sitting member of the House of Commons, had an event. It was the Regina Wascana Conservative EDA, who are pleased to invite you to a private networking event with the Honourable now opposition leader, Member of Parliament for Nepean Carleton, on Tuesday, May 19th at 6:30 p.m. This event is taking place in a member's home, and therefore space is very limited. We truly expect this event to sell out. Tickets are $100. $100 to attend this event. Any guesses as to who went to that event, Mr. Speaker? Well, I got a Facebook post of a picture, and there, I really wish I could show this. Perhaps you'd allow me to table this. It's a picture of 3 individuals who are sitting members of Parliament. One is the member from Regina Capel. Can you believe that? Next to him is the member from Regina Wascana, who is clapping right now, and the member from Carleton. May 21st, 2015. While the member from Regina Capel is still the Speaker, we have not entered the writ period. He can't claim he wasn't Speaker. And the member from Regina Wascana posted the picture. I hope this doesn't come back to bite you. Sorry about that. But he says, on Tuesday evening, I was joined by the honourable member from Regina Capel and the honourable member from Carleton. The wine and cheese event hosted by the Regina Wascana Conservative Party EDA. It was a great night of discussion and fellowship. So, Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I would seek unanimous consent of the House to table this Facebook posting.
Unfortunately, we do not have unanimous consent.
That makes sense. That makes sense. You know, I just find it so incredible, Mr. Speaker, the rich hypocrisy that comes. The Conservatives could have picked amongst 125 people to be their spokesperson on this. But for some reason, they chose to pick the most vulnerable person. This did not take a lot of work to find this out, and it's only just begun. I am sure you can find countless and countless and countless of other opportunities to show that the member from Regina Capel is by far one of the worst in terms of not abiding by the rules, especially when he was Speaker and his requirement suddenly to be nonpartisan. So I'm just going to say, Mr. Speaker, that if the member from Regina Capel wants to continue this discussion in February, thank you for giving me a month and a half to dig up more information, because it is undoubtedly all in there. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Regina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the member for Kingston and the Islands for that intervention and for this trip down memory lane. I was wondering if he would perhaps like to move again the unanimous consent to table the Facebook post that he referred to. And I wonder if he would like to elaborate or comment on the fact that that particular photo was taken of the 3 of us standing on a public street and not in the Speaker's wardrobe or speaking at the Liberal Party convention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
He was better off just being quiet, Mr. Speaker. His billed event says this event is taking place in a member's home, and therefore space is very limited. We fully expect this to sell out. In the background of the picture, you see a bunch of homes. This is clearly outside of either his home or the constituent that's hosting this event for him. So he wants the people listening to this debate to decide whether the member from Regina Capel was at the event, or whether he just happened to be walking down the street and he decided to take a picture with him and the member from Carleton who came running out of the house to take that picture. I'm sure, you know, there may even have been some thinking about it at the time where they said, hey guys, I got an idea. If we go take this out on the street, they won't be able to use this against us. But it's very clear that the member who just got up and asked me that question said, on Tuesday evening, I was joined by the member from Regina Capel and the member from Carleton at the wine and cheese hosted by the Regina Wascana Conservative Party EDA. It's very, very clear that the member from Regina Capel was at that event.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Usually, I appreciate my colleagues' speeches, but this time I have to say I'm particularly disappointed because what I heard in this mud-slinging session, well, you don't really have to dig deep to see what's happening with the member for Regina Capel in terms of what was legitimate or not when he was Speaker, because what we're doing right now is telling us the best way to repair one broken leg is to break the other leg. And I find this rather deplorable, this discussion we're having right now. We're trying to call into question the impartiality of the Speaker, and we're just going lower and lower. There are many attacks that he launched against the member for Regina Coppell, does he not think that it undermines the confidence of the House in the Speaker? Because that's what we're really talking about right now, the Honourable Deputy Leader.
Evidence of the Speaker, Mr. Speaker, is when members of the House continually get up and continually try to disparage the Speaker. I come from a riding that has the longest serving Speaker in this House of Commons. I am fully aware of that member's interventions in terms of what he would do in our community, how he might go right outside of our community a little bit into another neighboring riding to participate in an event. I am fully aware of it. What I find extremely troubling, Mr. Speaker, is how the Bloc and the Conservatives seem to be on a hell-bent objective of getting rid of this particular Speaker of the House of Commons. I don't know why, but they sent the matter to Proc. Proc dealt with the matter. Proc referred the matter back to the House. Yep. We haven't even had an opportunity to concur the report in yet. Yep. And the leader of the opposition, or the House leader for the opposition, the member from Regina Coppell, teamed up with the Bloc Québécois, just doesn't seem to even want to respect the fact that we went through a process, and instead are like, oh no, well there's new information. He went to a volunteer appreciation event at a provincial political association to say hi to a couple people. All I'm doing in pointing out what I've said is that the same individual who brought forward that motion did even worse. He went to the neighboring riding of the Federal Association and paid $100 to go there.
Hypocrisy. Questions and comments? I would ask the Honourable Deputy Leader to wait his turn to speak. We are now on to the Honourable Leader of the NDP, Deputy Leader, rather. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
That most Canadians would share in seeing the Conservatives pushing this debate today with the Bloc. First off, that we have a process that we agreed upon, all members of this House agreed upon, to refer the matter to Proc. Proc did the examination. Proc has reported back to the House, and obviously the member from Regina Coppell doesn't agree with the report, but that's not his purview. And the idea that he would just incessantly move motions and disrupt the House until I don't know when doesn't make any sense at all when we're talking about the institution of the speakership and the importance of doing the work that Proc did with the recommendations that the Speaker has accepted. So I have two questions for my colleague. First off, why we have members of the Bloc and the Conservative Party refusing to heed what was a very clear report from Proc that the Speaker is now following to the letter. He did that with an apology this morning. And secondly, when the traditions in this House have been, and I mentioned this earlier in the ruling by the member from Regina Coppell when he was Speaker, that commenting on the character or actions of the Speaker, for example, on an allegation of bias, could be taken by the House as breaches of privilege and punished accordingly. That is how we work in this House. That is the rules that we have set as members of Parliament. I would like to ask my colleague from Kingston, the Island, does he believe that members of the Conservative Party will respect the rulings and tradition of this House and stop, once we finish this debate in 20 minutes, stop openly questioning the Speaker?
The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
They will, Mr. Speaker, but I think they need to be held accountable based on the ruling that the House Leader for the NDP quoted from that very member earlier on, and so I don't think that they will. But I just want to get back to something else that just happened moments ago, and people watching may have not seen it. The member from Regina, Wascana, stood up on the first question and implied to this House that the member from Regina Coppell was never at that event. After my intervention.
Point of order, the Honourable Member.
False. I did not apply that in the slightest. What I implied and what I said is that the photo was taken on a public street. That is very different, and that is certainly different than recording a video and posting it for the whole world to see at the Liberal Party convention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I have to interrupt the Honourable Member. That's debate. The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
He was saying it because he was trying to give us the impression that he wasn't in the event.
Yeah.
But what people need to know, Mr. Speaker, is that moments ago he heckled me and said, no, he didn't pay to get in. So he acknowledged that he was there. It is now on the record that the member from Regina, Wascana has acknowledged that the member from Regina Capel was at the event. And that member is probably going to get pulled into the lobby in a second because back there they're trying to figure out how to handle this catastrophe.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just had a question regarding the pattern we're seeing, as the member opposite mentioned. You know, not accepting the results of the procedures of this House seems to be a pattern that the opposition is following. And I just wanted to refer back to what happened with Bill C-234 and the bullying of senators and trying to push something through that had already followed a proper procedure. And here again we see the procedures of our House that have always been used, that have resulted in the will of this place, and the Conservatives once again getting up and trying to override that. So could the member please give me your opinion on why is this happening and how this is relevant?
The Honourable Deputy Leader.
Respect for the rules of this place, Mr. Speaker. It's obvious. This is what are they doing today? What are they really doing today? They're just contributing to their nonstop attempts to shut down Parliament. I said it in a statement earlier today, Mr. Speaker. 1 out of every 3 days this fall session, the Conservatives have put up delay tactics like this to prevent us from actually doing work that Canadians have sent us here to do. This is what they want, Mr. Speaker. They want this place to be dysfunctional. They want to be able to go back to Canadians later on and say, we made it so dysfunctional the Liberals couldn't do anything. Well, I regret to inform them that we were actually able to accomplish a lot this fall session, despite their childish temper tantrums that we saw repeatedly for the last 3 months.
We have time for one last 30-second question. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Comments the member just made. The Liberals have made all sorts of claims about who wants to work and who doesn't want to work. So we've put those claims to the test today. I've repeatedly sought unanimous consent of the House to meet next week to be able to continue the important work that needs to be done on C-234. On C-234, a majority of this House voted for that bill. A majority of the Senate was for it until the Prime Minister and the Environment Minister started personally calling so-called independent senators. Is the member, if he wants to get work done, is he prepared to work after hours today? Is he prepared to work next week to actually complete the consideration of C-234?
20 seconds, the Honourable Deputy Leader.
Prepared, Mr. Speaker, but you know what I find really interesting is that this member continually tried to raise points of order, as did other members over the last 2 days, trying to sweep the whole Canada-Ukraine free trade final vote under the carpet so that they don't have to be held accountable to Canadians. They are going to be held accountable. I hope that they have the opportunity over the next month and a half to reflect on their decision, to change their position and start supporting Ukraine.
Before we resume debate, we have a point of order from the honourable member.
Speaker, in real time on the floor of their House, there has just been consultations among parties. So if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent that at the ordinary...
Unfortunately, I have to interrupt the honourable member. I've already heard nays. We are now resuming debate. The honourable member for Saint Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will interrupt. Order, please, colleagues. I give the floor once again to the honourable member for Saint Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's not with great pleasure that I rise to speak on today's topic, but we've heard from the debates we've just had, it's a debate that is unfortunately very important. And unfortunately, we were suspecting that there was this possibility when we debated in terms of the confidence of the Speaker in terms of impartially. And I'd like to quote our House Leader, the member for La Prairie. He mentioned recently that we knew the Speaker as being both courteous and partisan. And we already knew that he was very partisan in his way of doing things, and it was through his knowledge of his new position after he was elected that he was nevertheless it was some type of a warning. And the member for La Prairie said that all speakers that preceded you had the challenge of going from a partisan position, sometimes even a very partisan position, to a position where you have to set the partisanship aside. And I hope you'll be able to fulfill this role and show the impartiality that allows the Parliament to work properly. And the people expect this of us. There was kind of a precautionary statement when he asked the speaker to assume his role in an impartial manner, and we were disappointed. And then we learned that there wasn't just one isolated event that undermined the confidence of the House in the speaker. There were other events, and perhaps we could look at the role when they ask the prayer, when they say the prayer at the beginning of the sitting. They ask us to look at our roles and responsibility and ask to give us the power to make wise decisions. It's kind of, this prayer does not seem to have been answered in this case. The reasons why, unfortunately, we have to look at the fact that the Speaker wants to stay in this position because he no longer has the confidence of the House. As I said, there are several events that came up in the news. There were many poor decisions. The first, as you remember, is the incident regarding the video that was made for a Liberal member, MPP, that was produced by the Speaker in his Speaker's dress, in his very office, Speaker's office. And aside from the fact that the video was produced, we also have to remember that the first apology that was offered by the Speaker before he did perhaps provide a more adequate apology later under pressure, but the first apology said this video never should have been broadcast so widely or accessible to the public. And we could have deduced from that it would have been okay if I didn't get caught. So it allows us to question the judgment of the Speaker of the House in terms of his ability to properly fulfill his position.
With the impartiality and neutrality that the position requires. And then as I said earlier, well, there were various mistakes. Leaving the House during a parliamentary week to go to Washington, D.C. right in the middle of the scandal, that's a highly questionable decision, to say the least. And it was the second example of his lapses of judgment. And ever since the committee's report was produced, since we decided to make this a matter of parliamentary privilege, we could mention other things too. We talked about the fact that the Speaker participated in a Liberal event in Pontiac with provincial Liberals, even though we expect that a Speaker be as neutral and rigorous as possible. And we even expect that from members who are chairs. We expect that House resources won't be used for ultra-partisan purposes, for fundraising, etc. And that awareness should have been even more clear in someone who was the Speaker. And as we heard from the clerks at the Proc Committee, they weren't even consulted. That should have been the first stage here. The Speaker chalked up some of his mistakes to the fact that he was new in the position, but that's all the more reason that he should have reached out to more experienced individuals to ask them, should I do this? So the Speaker, unfortunately, showed an incapacity to leave behind his partisan habits. And of course, it can be hard when we become speakers because, of course, we all care deeply about working for our political parties. But when you become speaker, you have to leave it behind, even if it's not natural, in order to do the job properly. And again, that's what we saw here was the problem. The Speaker didn't ask the question of whether he should do that. And as we heard from the House Clerks at committee, they would have recommended that the Speaker not participate in these meetings. And then again in the media, we learned that the Speaker asked a former Liberal member to write an editorial in the media, not just to support his actions in the House, the Chair's actions in the House, but also to attack the Conservatives along the way. So he asked that partisan action be taken through someone else. And so we really start asking ourselves, how many more lapses like this will there be? How many more indirect ways of engaging in partisanship? And just the fact that we're asking ourselves the question reminds us that we should be able to trust a Speaker of the House. And we often say that trust is like a mirror. Once it's broken, it can't be fixed. I will just interrupt for a second.
To rule on the point of order raised by the opposition House Leader earlier today concerning the treatment of the motion standing in his name and whether it should be given priority over the orders of the day. The honourable member contended that, given the seriousness of the subject matter, the motion should be given precedence over other business until it is decided. In other words, to treat it as if the House was debating a motion in response to a prima facie question of privilege. I wish to point out that there is a process for raising questions of privilege and proposing motions flowing from these once the Chair has determined that they should have priority in debate. The motion currently before the House did not follow that process. Instead, it was moved under the rubric motions under routine proceedings after having been placed on notice, as is appropriate for motions concerning the conduct of chair occupants. The Deputy Speaker noted as much in his ruling on December 5, 2023 at page 19,501 of the debates. La procédure et les usages
House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, pages 467 to 469, provides a list of types of motion that can be moved under the motions rubric during routine proceedings. And in that list are included motions to censure chair occupants, like the motion that we are currently seized with. A bit farther down on page 469, it states, when debate on any motion examined during routine proceedings is adjourned or interrupted, the order for resuming debate is transferred to government orders. The only exception is for motions having to do with adopting a committee report under Standing Order 66.
While I recognize that this is a serious matter of concern to all members of the House, since it is clear that this motion is properly moved under routine proceedings, I cannot find any authority that would allow the Chair to direct that it be treated differently than any other such motion. Accordingly, if the debate is interrupted or adjourned, the motion will be transferred to government orders on the order paper. I thank members for their attention. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby is rising on the point of order.
Thank you for rendering your decision, Madam Speaker. So just to be clear, this falls to the bottom of the government order paper once we adjourn in 5 minutes or so.
That is correct. Order. I have the honour to report the House that a communication has been received as follows. December 14th, 2023. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform you that the Right Honourable Richard Wagner, Deputy of Her Excellency, the Governor General of Canada, will proceed to the Senate chamber on the 15th day of December 2023 at 3:30 p.m. to grant royal assent to certain bills of law. Yours truly, Maya Welburn, Assistant Secretary to the Governor General. J'ai l'honneur d'informer la Chambre qu'une communication.
I have the honor to inform the House that a communication has been received. December 14th, 2023. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to advise you that the Right Honourable Richard Wagner, speaking for Her Excellency the Governor General of Canada, will go to the Senate of Canada at 3:30 p.m. on December 15, 2023 to grant royal assent to certain bills. Distinguished wishes. Deputy Secretary to the Governor-General, Maya Welburn. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Given your decision, I hope that the government will quickly put this matter to a vote. Or perhaps the Speaker of the House will decide to step down on his own so that House business can proceed without this distraction, which we really didn't need. So, in conclusion, because I see I don't have much time left, in the recommendations that the Speaker himself decided to bring in, for example, creating a guide on best practices for the Speaker, I really ask myself whether that will be useful, because even if this guide had existed, these decisions should never have been made simply based on impartiality and neutrality, basic principles. This is the political equivalent of careful content is hot on a kitchen item that's boiling. It's that simple. And it goes without saying. He should never have made these kinds of decisions without asking the many support staff who could have helped him with this decision. Before making decisions to do things that violate the appearance of neutrality, because it's very important that the Speaker respect the principle of the appearance of neutrality. That's very important for House business to be able to operate. And so unless a different decision is made from the Speaker himself, I, like my colleagues in the Bloc Québécois, will support the Conservative motion.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Okay, l'honorable député aura...
The Honourable Member will have 10 minutes of questions and comments. Next time this subject is before the House, it being 1:30 p.m., the House... Oh, a point of order. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask for unanimous consent to table a petition 4604. All those opposed to the Honourable Members, no.
Okay, je vais recommencer. L'honorable...
I'll start over. The member asked for unanimous consent to table a petition. All those opposed to the Honourable Members tabling the petition, moving the motion rather, will please say nay. Accordingly, the House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques, tabling petitions. Thank you. I'm very proud to rise in this House to table this position. This petition represents the culmination of many months of work with university students and researchers. It seeks to correct a serious injustice. Our scientific workers have not had a raise since 2003 for people who depend on federal grants. Meanwhile, the minimum wage has more than doubled in Quebec, and the cost of living has increased by 55%. And the result is clear. Our master's and doctoral students are living in a poor financial condition that keeps them vulnerable. This is the fourth petition on this topic to be tabled in the House. Colleagues from the NDP, the Conservative Party, and even from the Liberal Party have all supported similar petitions. I think we have a consensus on this. In addition, the Standing Committee on Science has also published just this week a report on the same topic. That report was the result of a study that I myself brought forward. We heard from 38 witnesses and received 39 briefs. There is a very clear picture of what's happening. Everyone agrees. The federal government should invest in our scientific future, in science students, and increase the number and value of these grants for graduate studies. And I hope that with this petition, 14604, the Liberal government will finally understand that it needs to help our students and researchers. Thank you.
Just one moment, and I don't know if it's the same point of order. L'honorable député peut seulement...
The Honourable Member can only table what's in the petitions. He can't bring in his own point of view on the petition in the House. I would just like to remind members of that.
C'est exactement ça qui était.
Yes, that was what the point of order was going to be about. It being 1:33 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration at report stage of Bill C-321, an act to amend the criminal code, assaults against healthcare professionals and first responders, standing in the name of Mr. Doherty.
Comme il n'y a aucune motion à l'état.
There being no motion at report stage, the House will now proceed directly to the vote at report stage.
That Bill C-321, an act to amend the criminal code, assaults against healthcare professionals and first responders as amended, be concurred in at report stage. Si un député participant en personne désire que la motion...
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince... Oh, the honourable government deputy House Leader.
I would ask for a recorded vote.
Conformément à l'article 88 du règlement.
Pursuant to standing order, pursuant to the standing orders, the recorded division is deferred to January 31st.
For private members' business.
Concurrence in committee reports. Motion to concur in the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Finance.
Point of order.
Merger of Royal Bank of Canada and HSBC Bank Canada.
I have an order. I have a point of order. The honourable for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I know that I think all members support the initiative that's put forward by my colleague from Caribou Prince George, and he was prepared to speak to something today that I think we all agreed on. And it seems, I'm sure it wasn't intentional, but that effectively we've had...
That is not a point of order.
I'd like to seek unanimous consent.
Does the honourable have unanimous consent to raise this issue? No. Oh, I'm sorry, there is no unanimous consent. This is more of a point of debate. The... Okay,
Why don't you tell all the firefighters and nurses?
I do want to remind members that even if they're talking across the way, that they should be careful on. Is the débat. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the leader of the government in the House of Commons. No, c'est ça? No.
So I guess we vote if... we have a number of members ready to speak, Chair. Not here.
So resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Speaker. The issue of competition in this country is an incredibly important one. When it's set against the backdrop of skyrocketing prices. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, we've seen the effect of their policies. You take a look at rent, it's doubled. Take a look at mortgage payments, they've doubled. The cost of borrowing has skyrocketed. What we need in our country right now isn't less competition. Because how would less competition manifest itself with banks? Right now, we have a couple of big banks who are in competition, and that's produced record high interest rates. So everyone who's just trying to get into the housing market or who is looking for a renewal has never seen interest rates at the levels that we have today. People who are going to be renewing in the next 2 years are going to be renewing their 1.8% 5-year fixed mortgage at what? 5.5%? 6.5%?
people's mortgage payment, their payments are doubled at a time when we have record food bank usage. Food price inflation has skyrocketed. I was having a conversation with one of the local managers for one of our food banks in my community. And one of the challenges that they have is a need for more funding or more volunteers, more folks to be at the food bank longer, because now they have to have longer operating hours. Why? It's a new problem. They need to be open when people finish their shift at work. People are working 1 and 2 jobs, and then they have to find the time to get to the food bank to pick up enough nutritious food to supplement what they're able to afford to be able to feed themselves and their children. A third of all food bank users today are children. And prices are going up. Shelter costs are gobbling up the income, the available funds that families should have to be able to feed their...
I'm sorry, I have a point of order. The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Yes, I believe we're talking about the concurrence motion. I'm just wondering what the relevance is to what the member opposite is saying to the merger of HSBC and the Royal Bank of Canada.
Just want to remind members that there is some flexibility during members' speeches, and at the same time, I do want to remind members that they need to be speaking on the motion itself. I'm sorry, I was actually in discussion as well with someone, so I wasn't 100% listening to the honourable member, but I'm sure that if he wasn't speaking to the actual motion, he will bring it back to that. So the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, I guess if the member opposite hasn't had to worry about the financial pressures that other Canadians have had because of her personal financial situation, and great success, and congratulations to her on her many millions of dollars. But for everyday Canadians, the price of their shelter costs will go up when banks merge. Point of privilege.
Point of privilege, the honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
I mean, I don't know what anything about me personally that he doesn't even know about has any relevance again to this motion or to what we're talking about.
Again, so this is becoming a point of debate, not a point of privilege, and so I just, yeah.
The member opposite can talk about my personal financial situation.
Again, it's a point of it's a point of debate, and I want to the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes, and I do want to remind members that they need to be respectful towards each other here in the House of Commons. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
The member opposite to crack open procedure and practice and take a look at what the standing orders are before she rises in the chamber. What would be really helpful for Canadians if she was respectful to people who are falling on hard times that she obviously isn't experiencing, and that's why she doesn't understand that when these banks merge, if they permit that to happen, then they are going to face rising shelter costs. The relevance of a bank merger, and you hear from the member for Kingston and the Islands, Madam Chair. So if he wants to shout me down while I'm talking about the hardships that Canadians are facing, it's not a surprise. These Champagne Liberals
these
Order. This is just causing some difficulties and the ability for the debate to continue, and it's just prolonging the debate. So I just want to again remind members that others are interested in speaking to this, and we do want to make sure that everybody who wants to speak to it can. Therefore, I would ask members that if they have questions and comments, to please wait till the appropriate time, and if they feel that they may forget it, that just to jot it down, and they'll be able to get to it when it's the appropriate time. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Madam Speaker, it's no surprise that the Liberals, who are part of the most corrupt government in our country's history, who are presiding over an economy that their inflationary spending is driving Canadians to food banks in record numbers, that they don't want elected representatives to speak to the very real challenges that Canadians are facing. And their failure to understand those realities is not a defense for their actions and for their inactions. And the corruption and mismanagement that we've seen from this government that's driving these inflationary prices are indefensible. Indefensible. You look at the billion-dollar green slush fund that this Prime Minister and his members, that the member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill is prepared to stand up and defend, it's egregious. We have embezzlement of taxpayer dollars by Liberal insiders. This is a situation that in any other industry would rise to the level of criminality. We have directors, Liberal appointed members of this board, who are putting forward motions and then voting on motions to give themselves hundreds of thousands of dollars. They're embezzling the money, putting it into their companies, and then drawing salaries out of those companies.
Have a point of order, the honour for Saskatoon West.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I realize this is my colleague speaking, but I do want to ask him in this discussion that he's having, just exactly how this relates to the subject that he's talking about, and I want to make sure that everything is on track. And that he's
again, so it's the point of order that the honourable member is raising is whether the relevancy of the speech. Again, as I've indicated, the honourable members have an opportunity to flexibility within the speech. I do want to remind members that they should at least mention the motion during their debate or something within that motion to make sure that they have that relevancy there. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Speaker. And every time that anyone has risen during this, I've circled back to the same point that I've made, that the merger of banks is going to drive up costs for Canadians at a time when they can't afford it. And what they can't afford is Liberal.
The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
I remember the member for Carleton saying the Conservatives work till Christmas, but we don't have quorum. We do not have quorum in this House.
Okay, let me just double check. Order. Let me double check whether we have quorum. I'll check online as well, and I'll be back to you in a few minutes. Quorum. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands. Sorry, I have another point of order. Hold on. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
I do believe that now you'll find unanimous consent of the House that the House shall continue after the.
Sorry, there's no unanimous consent.
Oh.
We are going out in style for Christmas. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, Madam Speaker, it's fascinating that the member for New Westminster Burnaby has debased himself to the point where he had all his members leave the chamber
to call quorum along with the member for the Kingston and the Islands.
Order. Order. First of all, order. Order. Order.
I'm out on rules when you break the rule, Mark.
Order. I would just advise the honourable member to be very careful on how he indicates whether individuals are in the House or not. And so, again, I think that if the honourable member can get back onto his speech, that would probably be wise. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. And we have members of Parliament who have been elected, like the member for New Westminster Burnaby and like the member for Kingston and the Islands, who have taken to defending a government that is corrupt, and their corruption is costing Canadians. And that cost to Canadians is fueling the inflationary fire that's driving up the price of everything. And that's why at this time, it's so important that we have more competition. And competition in our banking sector is incredibly important, because if there are fewer banks, then the banks that we have will charge higher rates. And those higher rates are going to drive up the prices that Canadians are paying every month for their rent and for their homes. And when you have members like the member for New Westminster Burnaby, who's defending a prime minister twice convicted of breaking Canada's ethics laws, the first prime minister in Canada's history who has broken Canada's ethics laws.
Point of order, the honourable member of New Westminster Burnaby.
Yeah, the member is well experienced. He knows that personal insults, and he knows that speaking in an
order.
Way,
the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou. I can't hear what the honourable member who has the floor on the point of order. If the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou has a point of order, he should wait to call a point of order. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Congratulations on becoming grandmother. It's exciting. Yes.
Fourth time.
Yes. I just wanted to cite the rule of relevance. The member is wandering all over the place. I hope that he's read the report. But if he could stick to the report that is before this House and stop with the personal insults, I think that would be appropriate.
Okay. Sorry, I have a point of order. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a bit rich coming from the member from Burnaby, New Westminster.
What is the point of order? Because he seems to be debating what the honourable member for. Okay.
Thank you.
And I do want to remind the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands again that if he can please speak to the motion of the concurrence report and as well, if the honourable member can mention about the motion or something that's within the motion, that would be very helpful. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands says that he has a point of order as well.
Same point of order, Madam Chair. With respect to relevancy, on each occasion when the Chair has advised that I go back to speaking about the issue that I have referenced, every time that I have spoken, I've done that. And I did it in the 60 seconds prior to the member for New Westminster Burnaby interrupting. And so he might not like what I am saying, but it certainly is relevant to the topic. When we're talking about a report from finance, we're talking about competition in the banking sector, which is having an effect on the affordability for Canadians and the price that the cost of this government's inflationary policies and the support for them. It is absolutely germane.
I appreciate the additional information. I would just ask members to please, as they move forward, if they wish to bring other points of orders forward, that they actually mention the standing order that they are bringing up, because a lot of them seem to fall more onto the point of debate. And there will be an opportunity for questions and comments, not 5 minutes, but 10 minutes, so other members will be able to put their points of orders, their points forward, their questions forward. The honourable for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. And as I was saying, that the member for New Westminster Burnaby has defended this Prime Minister and the policies that he's put forward, and including the billion-dollar green slush fund. This is at a time when Canadians are struggling greatly with affordability. This week alone, we learned that at the billion-dollar green slush fund, $150 million has been misappropriated. Canadians can't afford
for the government to be borrowing money to have Liberal insiders then embezzle that cash and have Canadians pay interest on it, well, these Liberal appointees are off lining their pockets. Those are the policies that are being supported by the member for New Westminster Burnaby. Instead of coming here to advocate for Canadians and speaking to an issue that's as important as competition in our banking sector. This report from the Standing Committee on Finance it couldn't be discussed at a more germane time for Canadians than right now. And the lineups at our food banks that have been precipitated by the inflationary spending of this government, the fact that home prices have doubled, the report that we saw from Rentals.ca saying that it's now the same cost to someone in Canada to rent a room in a 2-bedroom unit as it was to rent a unit when this government came to power. This is unacceptable. So we need to consider the real world impacts for people who are acutely aware and feel these effects in the market as they happen. If you take one of the players out, one of the players offering of the lowest rates, as would happen with this merger, what happens to those customers, prospective customers? What happens to the rest of the market? Well, their prices are going to go up. I remember, I'm not sure, did I just get a signal on time there, Madam Chair? Okay. Oh, perfect. I remember a time when people like the member for New Westminster Burnaby would have fought for Canadians and not fought for a prime minister twice found guilty of breaking ethics laws, a prime minister with a cabinet of serial lawbreakers. I remember those times, but that's not the times we're living in now. So desperate is that member to support this prime minister that he's turned his back on Canadians. And so Canadians are the ones who are left to pay the price. Left to pay a price every single month that they can ill afford to. You look at the tens of billions of dollars that this NDP Liberal government has committed to spending on overseas replacement workers taking Canadian jobs, hearing from local unions about the effect that these policies are having in terms of lost wages for their members. So lost wages, lost jobs, and Canadians are seeing their government borrow money to finance it. Well, who pays the interest on that debt? Well, Canadians do. And this Prime Minister told us that interest rates would stay low for a long, long time. Glenn, you'll remember that was his famous line when pressed on it. But interest rates didn't stay low. The Deputy Prime Minister, the Finance Minister said the same. Governor of the Bank of Canada had said the same. But Canadians are now getting hammered with the rising interest rates. Just like they'll get hammered with rising interest rates with a bank merger like this. It's unconscionable. It's unconscionable.
The discussions going back and forth. I just want to remind members to please step outside or into the lobby if they want to have a conversation. The honourable member has a minute and a half left, and then there'll be a time for 10 minutes questions and comments. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Madam Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government and their inflationary policies, where rent has doubled, mortgages have doubled, where food bank usage is at record highs, a third of food bank users being children, it's clear to see that this Prime Minister and his cabinet of serial lawbreakers are just not worth the cost to Canadians. It's the first time in Canadian history where we've had a government that has absolutely lost their ethical compass, their ability to follow the laws, and Canadians are paying the price. And so when we have the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to influence the market in a way that's going to encourage competition, that's what this House should be doing, encouraging an environment where Canadians can pay lower prices. And so that's what we're going to do, Madam Chair. We are going to support that kind of competition because Canadians can't afford, they can't afford it after 8 years of this Prime Minister. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member of New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Last Thursday night, we saw Conservatives voting to gut food safety programs. They seem to like salmonella and botulism. They don't seem to like actually investing in food safety, air safety, national defense, RCMP. They wanted to cut dramatically over $100 million from policing across the country. They voted to gut $500 million from affordable housing. They voted 120 times to destroy everything that has been put into place by generations of Canadians to actually reinforce and provide services and support to Canadians. And so I just wanted to ask my colleague, I have a lot of respect for him, but it was just unbelievable to see him vote to cut food safety, air safety, affordable housing, Indigenous services, national defense, border services, correctional services. They were going to get $300 million from that, basically open the door to any prisons because you can't afford to run the prisons. So why did they vote to gut all of those services that Canadians need?
The honourable for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Conservatives last week had the opportunity to vote non-confidence in this government because we don't have confidence in this government. And we had the opportunity to do that dozens and dozens of times. And just like we'll vote against a Liberal budget that promotes higher taxes, it promotes less competition, it's doubling the shelter costs for Canadians and longer lines at our food banks. We're going to vote for policies that take off the carbon tax so Canadians can afford to feed themselves and to heat their homes. And that's unfortunately not what the NDP or their Liberal coalition partners are interested in doing.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I think my colleague made many important points about the immense corruption that we're seeing from the coalition right now. And I want to ask him specifically about the Arrive scam scandal, because I know he's done a great deal of work on this. We've seen how rotten the procurement system has become under this government, that these tiny companies that ostensibly don't really do much of anything can receive contracts and pass those contracts on. They're sitting on this unexplained gold mine where the government pays them and they pay somebody else less and they collect a fee along the way. Millions of dollars for at best being LinkedIn recruiters. And this government has refused to come clean about who is responsible for the decisions to actually hire these companies. We asked repeatedly, and I put it in an order paper question, in fact, to try to get the answer. Who is responsible for hiring GC Strategies for ArriveCan? So I don't know if the member can share what he thinks is behind this deep rot at the heart of our procurement system that is leading to the waste of millions and millions of dollars.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the question from my honourable colleague from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. The $54 million Arrive scam is another example of this out-of-touch government being more concerned about lining the pockets of their well-connected insider friends than actually delivering results for Canadians or delivering services at a price that ought to be paid. This is an example where $11 million flowed through a two-man shop that, as the honourable member said, was basically glorified. They were glorified LinkedIn recruiters. And when pressed on this, we have a government that's charging $54 million to the taxpayers, and they aren't able to tell us who selected any of the vendors. You bring the minister, the deputy minister, the ADM, you bring their officials. No one made the choice, they would tell you, to select these recruiters and these ghost contractors. It's important to note that some of these same contractors who worked on the $54 million Arrive scam are under RCMP investigation. This is a government that has more investigations that they're facing than any government in history, and they seem to have the limitless support of the NDP. Have the RCMP, the Ethics Commissioner, and the Auditor General have all orders of this government under a magnifying glass.
Questions and comments. The honourable for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad that the member opposite mentioned being out of touch, because in his rather freewheeling remarks on the motion before us, he referred to me as not being able to represent my constituency because of my personal situation. And I was just wondering if he might explain to me how the 83% of members opposite are able to represent the over 50% of people in their ridings who are women when they're all men.
How dare you make that assumption?
So I just want to say, that question isn't really related to the motion that's before the House. I know that there were comments made. Exactly. So I know that it was part of his speech. I'm just saying that it's not part of the motion itself, but I will allow the order. I will allow the honourable member to respond. But I do want to remind members that they shouldn't be doing personal attacks on each other within their speeches or within their questions. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, would you like to respond?
Madam Speaker, the member opposite and her colleagues are part of a government that has a cabinet that is filled with serial lawbreakers. And it's unbelievable that they're able to stand and face Canadians when face Canadians when this is the record that they have. When you have multiple members of the cabinet who have been caught breaking the law. If you'd like me to detail, okay.
Point of order, the honourable government House Leader.
Standing Order 18, I don't think the member opposite should be making false accusations like that. That is completely inappropriate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I think that, we need to be very careful and respectful towards each other in the House. I will be pulling out the standing order because I remember, I don't know them all by heart, but I will come back to you in a second because I do know reading that, we're not supposed to be attacking each other. Let me just double check on here. I just happen to have some great support. Yeah, so Standing Order 20, if anything shall come in question touching the conduct, election, or right of any member to hold a seat, that member may make a statement and shall withdraw during the time of the, is that the one that you
reference to 18?
Oh, 18, sorry. Okay, this is the one. No member shall speak disrespectfully of the sovereign, nor any of the royal family, nor of the Governor-General or the person administering the government of Canada, nor use offensive words against each other's house or against any member thereof. No member may reflect upon any vote. We keep going back to that, but I do want to remind members that Again, I mean, you know, to be calling members, saying that members are, I think it was, yes, serial criminals. I would just ask members to please stay away from that. Again, I would just ask the honourable member to withdraw that comment first. Okay. On the point of order, the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands.
On the point of order, Madam Chair, with respect, first of all, it was the member from Kingston and the Islands who said serial criminals. What I said was law breakers. The question, Madam Chair, Madam Chair, the Prime Minister was twice broke ethics laws. The small business minister broke ethics laws.
We're going into points of debate. I would just, hold on here. I want to ask the honourable to please withdraw. It is causing disorder. Just withdraw the comment that was made about serial. Again, hold on here. So the other thing is that when something is causing disorder in the House, and I'm asking the member to withdraw that comment, it has caused disorder in the House, and so that we can move on with the debate. That would allow the debate to continue. Yes.
Thank you.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan, on the point of order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we need to be very careful about situations in which if one member says something that is obviously verifiably true, and then other
order. Now this is becoming a point. This is a point of debate again. No, it's a point of debate. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan. Please be careful and judicious on the words on what you're saying.
Thank you, I won't speak to the substance of the issue. But if you have a case where one member says something that in their sincere view is true and that they have good evidence to believe is true, that other people don't like, and therefore they have a reaction, I think it's fair to ask who's responsible for that.
Is it a point?
The person who raises the issue or the people who
it's more of a it's more an interpretation. The honourable minister has also a point of order. Okay, excuse.
Congratulations on your grandchild. I would like the member opposite to withdraw the comment where he said all cabinet. Thank you. Continue?
Yeah. So I would just ask the honourable member to please withdraw and he'd be able to.
Madam Chair, I will withdraw and restate. What I'll say.
So if the honourable member doesn't wish to withdraw, he just won't be. I'm going to move over to the next speaker. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes. Okay.
So, Madam Speaker, in this House, we have members of Cabinet who have been found to have broken Canada's ethics laws, and these and Madam Chair, while I'm being interrupted.
Sorry, now this is becoming a point of this. Oh, sorry. This is now becoming a point of debate. I already have an honourable member who is speaking on a point of order. He has indicated that he has withdrawn his comment, and I will now allow him to finish his speech. I'm trying to figure out now. I'm just going to get some clarification as to where we were in whether it was. I believe the honourable member is finishing his response. So he has 24 seconds before I go to the next question. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands.
Madam Chair, the Prime Minister broke ethics laws twice. The Small Business Minister broke ethics laws. The former Housing Minister broke ethics laws. The member for Hull-Aylmer broke ethics laws. Madam Chair.
Point of order. The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Just relevance. I was told my comment wasn't relevant. I don't know what the relevance of this is to the question I asked.
So again, the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands. The honourable member may not like the response, and the call for relevance now becomes more a point of debate. So if the honourable member has another question after that, she can bring it up. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Madam Speaker, what we have here in this House is they're looking to again defend the indefensible, and it's a group of people who they're going to have to defend that record, and you can take the word record two ways. they're going to have to defend that record, but we're able to represent our constituents, our communities, and we're going to stand up for lower prices for families, even if they won't.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I think another way to approach this, it's kind of in the DNA of the Liberal Party. When you look back, say, 30 years ago to the Chrétien area, we had things like Shawinigan. We had things like the sponsorship scandal. These were the beginnings of the things that we are now seeing and have seen over the past 8 years. And so I just asked the member if he spoke about the ArriveScan app, and I'm just wondering if he could maybe speak about some of the other scandals and problems that we've seen with the corruption that we see in this Liberal government. Thank you.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Madam Speaker, it's a very interesting question, because we have a situation where this government continues to engage in conduct where they are taxing Canadians hundreds of millions of dollars, in other cases billions of dollars, to line the pockets of the well-connected. And we saw the response to that when it came to outside consultants. Their record use, no government has ever used more outside consultants than they have, that they then asked a consulting company and spent $750,000 to find out whether that consultant thought they should use consultants less. The same is true, of course, with the $1 billion Green Slush Fund. We learned this week about $150 million that's been embezzled by Liberal insiders. 2 Liberal appointed members of the $1 billion Green Slush Fund now under investigation for breaking Canada's ethics laws. And this is top down. You know, they see that example. It comes from the Prime Minister, and now we have his appointees who are also breaking the same laws that this Prime Minister has broken.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I heard the member earlier in his intervention talk about how Conservatives voted non-confidence, this, that, and the other thing. Does he actually think that that means something to his constituents? Does he think that his constituents take comfort in knowing that he voted against Ukraine, voted against the 988 crisis helpline, voted against countless measures for farmers? Does he actually think that this narrative of we voted for non-confidence in the government really means something to people, that we're going to be on the receiving end of those very important supports?
Order. I'm sure that the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands is able to answer this question without any assistance. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands has 1 minute to respond.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Speaker. We voted against this government and that member who sent turbines to Russia to fund Putin's war machine. Voted against a government that sent detonators overseas that are being used by Russia, that are blowing up and killing Ukrainians. We voted against a government that had to be embarrassed by a Conservative member into finally delivering on a 988 suicide prevention hotline. We voted against a government that has driven up costs for Canadians, doubling the price of housing, doubling the price of rent, record lines at our food banks. My constituents sent me here. I'm a member of the official opposition. I oppose this government and their corruption, and I'm going to stand against that every single day.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to add my congratulations on you becoming a grandmother. That's very exciting. As this is likely the last time that I am to take the floor for this parliamentary session and for this year, I want to extend my gratitude and thanks to all of the staff on Parliament Hill who have made this such a wonderful place to work. As always, they do such hard work. And I would also like to note that in accordance with Standing Order 25, I move, seconded by the Minister for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario, that this House do now adjourn. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madame Gould, appuyée.
Ms. Gould, seconded by Mr. Vandal, propose the House do now adjourn.
in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We've been trying to get Bill C-234 passed, but in the absence of any agreement, we would like to request a recorded vote.
Call in the members.
Je pensais que tu me donnais quelque chose d'autre.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
Mme Gould,
Ms. Gould, seconded by Mr. Vandal, proposes that the House do now adjourn. The 10-minute electronic voting period has now begun, and the House will now proceed to the vote from members participating in person. Will all those in favor of the motion please rise?
Touching.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney. Que tous ceux qui s'opposent.
Will all those opposed to the motion please rise?
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin. La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin.
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings.
Informer la Chambre que
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Arnold. Mr. Arnold. I'm going to move on.
Mr. Chair, the voting app failed on my phone. It would not record my face map. I vote nay.
Mr. Arnold, nay, contre. Je vois que Madame Normand, la députée de Saint-Jean.
The member for Saint-Jean is rising.
Monsieur le Président, je prends la parole au nom de...
Mr. Speaker, I am rising on behalf of the member for Côte de Beauport, Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix, who would like to change her vote to a vote against. She's having technical difficulties.
Oui. Ça prend un consentement unanime de la Chambre.
Does the member have the unanimous consent of the House to change the vote from the member for Île d'Orléans, Côte de Beaupré, Charlevoix? Yes? Granted.
From North Island Powell River.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I just see that the member from Edgemont voted, but his photo is not recorded. So if we could just get confirmation that that's correctly done, I would appreciate it.
And speak on someone else's behalf for this.
I regret to inform that because the member is not online, we'll have to strike his vote. The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island, and Rideau Lakes.
Speaker, I think if you check, the member for Hamilton East Stony Creek left their chair during the vote, and I don't think that is I don't think that's permitted, and so the vote ought not to be counted.
I will. So I thank the member from Thousand Island, Rideau Lakes, Thousand Islands, Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes for raising this point, but the member did not leave the chamber. After consultation with the table, they feel that the vote can stand. It was only two. So I'm going to consult the table just one last time. So I thank the honourable member in seeking clarification. So the member members should not leave their chairs when they are voting in the House in person. However, the honourable member had just moved over one seat, quickly realized his error and moved right back. So that is the reason why it will be accepted. So le bureau va...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 169, 169. Nays contre 129, 129.
Before I declare the motion carried, I would like to wish all members a very happy Christmas and happy holidays and a happy New Year.
A very Merry Christmas, happy holidays, and happy New Year. Monday, January 29, 2024 at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Orders 28.2 and 24.1.